Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you here in Porto to the kickoff meeting of the Inesc Tec.Ocean Teaming for Excellence project. Please welcome Han Brusleto, Madam Ambassador of Norway in Portugal, Lídia Bulcão, Secretary of State of the Sea, Ana Paiva, Secretary of State of Science, António Cunha, President of the North Portugal Regional Coordination and Development Commission, and João Claro, Chairman and CEO of Inesc Tec, who will now take the floor, followed by Arne Friedheim for a brief set of words.
Distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, it is truly an honor to welcome all of you to this important occasion. On behalf of Inesc Tec, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Secretary of State for Science, Ana Paiva, the Secretary of State for Maritime Affairs, Lídia Bulcão, the President of the Commission for Coordination and Regional Development of the North, António Cunha, the Ambassador of Norway to Portugal, Hanna Brusleto, the President of the Foundation for Science and Technology, Madalena Alves, Director General for Maritime Policy, Marisa Lameiras da Silva, the Vice President of the Municipality of Porto, Filipe Araújo, President of the Municipality of Matosinhos, Luísa Salgueiro, the President of the Municipality of Viana do Castelo, Luís Nobre, the President of the School of Engineering of the Polytechnic Institute of Porto, Maria João Viamonte, our generous host for this event. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to the members of Inesc Tec's General Council and to our key strategic partners, Tec.Ocean, in the person of its Research Director in Energy and Transport, Arne Friedheim, Fórum Oceano, the Association of the Economy of the Sea, in the person of its Secretary General, Ruben Eiras, APDL, the Administration of the Ports of Douro, Leixões and Viana do Castelo, in the person of its Head of Commercial Marketing and Cooperation, Helena Gomes Fernandes. To all speakers, guests, and members of the Inesc Tec community, thank you for being here. Today marks an important moment for us at Inesc Tec as we launch Inesc Tec.Ocean, and we do so at the beginning of the year when we celebrate our 40th anniversary. Over the last 40 years, Inesc Tec has grown alongside Europe and with Portugal's development within Europe, evolving from an ambitious idea into a recognized institution in science, technology, and innovation. Our 40th anniversary is not only a time to reflect on our achievements, but also an opportunity to look ahead to the challenges and opportunities before us. As we mark this milestone, we remain focused on strengthening European research and innovation and reinforcing Portugal's role in these efforts. Inesc Tec.Ocean represents an important step in this journey, reaffirming our commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and working together to address key societal challenges. It is part of our vision for the future, building on our experience to develop the knowledge, technologies, and partnerships needed to support the growth of the blue economy. We would like to acknowledge the support of the European Commission, the Portuguese government, and the Commission for Coordination and Regional Development of the North. Their contributions have been essential in making this initiative possible. The support provided through the European Commission's widening programme plays a key role in strengthening Europe's research and innovation ecosystem across different regions. This effort grows beyond addressing regional disparities. In our case, it enhances Europe's overall capacity in ocean research and engineering by promoting collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the joint development of new technologies. Through Inesc Tec.Ocean, we aim to contribute to a more integrated and capable European research and innovation landscape, prepared to address the complex challenges of the blue economy and support sustainable growth. We also wish to express our gratitude to Galp Energia, Gazelle Wind Power, Ocean Winds, and REN, Redes Energéticas Nacionais, for their sponsorship of research chairs. These chairs will serve as a bridge between the advanced research and industry needs, fostering collaboration that drives innovation and accelerates the development of solutions in critical areas. Their support not only strengthens our scientific agenda, but also provides companies with access to specialized knowledge, skilled talent, and forward-looking approaches that can enhance their competitiveness and contribute to the sustainable growth of their sector. I would also like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the dedicated Inesc Tec team, led by Eduardo Silva, whose vision, hard work and commitment were essential in preparing the proposal for Inesc Tec.Ocean. Their efforts have provided a very strong foundation for this initiative, aligning it with national and European priorities and preparing it to address the critical challenges of the blue economy. Our investment in the ocean and energy sectors has grown steadily over decades, driven by a clear focus on societal challenges and a commitment to advancing the science and technology that shapes future solutions. As we launch Inesc Tec.Ocean, this includes key areas such as offshore renewable energy, marine robotics, ocean data and marine structures, and the strengthening of essential capabilities in ocean research and engineering. Today, we have the critical mass, the solid national and international partnerships, and the track record that places us in a strong position to contribute to the development of the blue and green economies. At Inesc Tec, our ability to make a meaningful impact is rooted in our commitment to scientific excellence and innovation, based on solid research and a comprehensive approach to the knowledge value chain. Our multi-institutional base, uniting the expertise of the University of Porto, the Polytechnic Institute of Porto, the University of Minho and the University of Trás-os-Montes and Alto Douro, allows us to integrate diverse competencies and perspectives, strengthening our capacity to address complex challenges and create lasting value. Building on this foundation, Inesc Tec.Ocean represents a natural evolution of our efforts, offering the opportunity to expand our contributions in the ocean domain and amplify our impact. With a clear objective to lead cooperation efforts, this Center of Excellence aims to develop and strengthen a scientific, technological and industrial ecosystem that supports a complete value chain and provides meaningful solutions to ocean-related challenges. A key focus of this initiative is our commitment to fostering an innovation ecosystem that drives technological progress, economic growth, and societal well-being. Meaningful impact arises from the continuous and dynamic interaction between science and innovation, where new knowledge and technologies emerge through close collaboration among higher education institutions, researchers, industry, entrepreneurs, and policymakers. By strengthening these connections, Inesc Tec.Ocean aims to support the development of solutions that both address current needs and contribute to a more sustainable and competitive future. Inesc Tec.Ocean is designed to bring together a diverse set of partners and promote collaboration, ensuring that research efforts are closely aligned with practical solutions that generate real economic and societal benefits. With this approach, Inesc Tec.Ocean intends to strengthen Portugal's contribution within the European innovation landscape, leveraging multidisciplinary expertise and strategic partnerships to build a resilient and adaptable ecosystem. Through joint research initiatives, knowledge sharing, and support for entrepreneurial activities, this Center of Excellence seeks to accelerate industrial innovation, enhance global competitiveness, and contribute to sustainable long-term growth. A key part of this initiative is our strong partnership with Tec.Ocean, a globally recognized Norwegian research institution in marine science and technology. As a leading authority in ocean research and engineering, Tec.Ocean brings valuable expertise and support to the development of Inesc Tec.Ocean's scientific, technological, and innovation activities. By combining Tec's extensive experience in Northern Europe with our growing capabilities in Southern Europe, this collaboration will reinforce our capacity to address common challenges and strengthen our contribution to ocean engineering and innovation in Europe. Building on this foundation, the teaming project is an opportunity to take an important step forward in close collaboration with Tec.Ocean, Fórum Oceano, and APDL. Fórum Oceano, as Portugal's national blue economy cluster, plays an important role in connecting different actors across the ocean value chain, encouraging collaboration and supporting sustainable development. APDL, with its strategic role in port management and logistics, contributes infrastructure and operational experience that supports innovation and competitiveness. These partnerships are essential to the success of Inesc Tec.Ocean, bringing together key stakeholders with complementary knowledge and a shared vision for the future. Together, they will help create an environment where scientific knowledge can effectively contribute to economic and social development in Portugal and Europe. Offshore wind energy is a key initial area of focus for us, representing both a significant challenge and an important opportunity for Portugal in the coming years. The Portuguese government has set ambitious goals to develop a cluster of offshore wind farms along the Atlantic coast, leveraging the country's extensive coastline and favorable wind conditions, an initiative that aligns well with the European Union's broader strategy to expand offshore renewable energy. Our combined expertise puts us in a strong position to contribute to this effort. By applying our knowledge in research, technology development, and industry collaboration, we aim to support the advancement of offshore wind energy solutions that address key technical and operational challenges. The development of this offshore wind cluster is an important step towards strengthening Portugal's renewable energy infrastructure and reinforcing its role in Europe's clean energy transition. To conclude, I would like to once again thank you all for your presence and commitment to this initiative. Inesc Tec.Ocean is an important step in strengthening Portugal's role within the broader European effort to advance ocean research and innovation. Our success will depend on our ability to collaborate effectively, aligning scientific and technological progress with societal and economic needs. By working together, we can contribute to the development of solutions that address critical challenges and support Europe's transition to a more sustainable and resilient blue economy. We look forward to the work ahead and to the joint efforts that will shape the future of this initiative in the coming years. Thank you.
Dear Ambassador, Secretaries of State, President, Professors, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to, on behalf of Tec.Ocean and our CEO, Vegard Johansen, to address you on this important kickoff meeting for the Inesc Tec.Ocean teaming project. The aim of the project is nothing less than to create a center of excellence in ocean research and engineering with global recognition, and we in SINTEF are both proud and as well humble to be part of this project and to support Inesc Tec in these efforts. Some of the greatest and most difficult challenges over time can be addressed through sustainable utilization and use of the ocean. From farming kelp to extract carbon dioxide, low emission shipping of course, find new resources for food, and through harvesting wind and ocean energy. Just to mention some examples. It is through innovative research, technological advancements, and visionary approaches that we can tackle such challenges. This project and the Center of Excellence will be advancing ocean science and technology to find solutions for blue and green industries to contribute to this development and effort going forward. Inesc Tec and SINTEF are both private, non-for-profit research organizations and share common values and common ambitions. And work closely with industry and business to find solutions and to improve the society and solve some of the largest challenges to society. And when we start on this journey to build a new Center of Excellence, we are continuing a more than 1,000-year-long tradition of collaboration and trade between our two countries, going all the way back to the Viking Age. Working together in the ocean domain. I'm confident that we will succeed in this effort, but also continuing to strengthen this partnership through further joint projects, constructive discussions, and other collaborative initiatives, which will be marked afterwards by our signing of the agreement of cooperation between our two institutions. I wish all of you and all of us the best of luck with the seminar and meeting and kickoff today, but mostly a prosperous project in the years to come. And personally, I look forward to a future visit to this lovely city of Porto. Thank you.
Secretary of State for the Sea, Dr. Lydia Bucao, Secretary of State for Science, Professor Anna Paiva, representatives of Inesc, Tec.Ocean, CCDR Norte, Forum Oceano, and the ports of Douro and Les Oix, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. It's an honor to be here today as we celebrate the launch of this project, the Inesc Center of Excellence in Ocean Research and Engineering. This is an exciting moment indeed, not just for the Inesc and its partners, but for Portugal and the future of innovation in the blue economy. The presence of both state secretaries from the Portuguese government highlights the Portuguese government's strong commitment to enhancing ocean research and ocean engineering. The government of Norway greatly appreciates the strong partnership between our two maritime countries. I'm glad to see yet another innovative project where we will join forces, adding to our extensive list of ocean collaboration. First, I'd like to thank Inesc for bringing us together and acknowledge the vital support of the European Commission, the Foundation for Science and Technology, and the Coordination and Development Commission of the Northern Region. Your dedication has turned this ambitious vision into reality. Second, I would like to thank the Norwegian partner Tec.Ocean for taking part in this project and contributing to building a strong center of excellence abroad, building on experiences from the Norwegian Ocean Technology Center that SINTEF manages. The creation of this center is a bold step toward addressing the challenges of our oceans and how we will continue to live from them in the future. It advances key sectors like renewable energy, sustainable aquaculture, and deep sea exploration. More than that, it symbolizes the power of collaboration, bringing together brilliant minds and institutions to drive innovation that benefits not only Portugal and Norway, but the world. Ocean research and the development of new ocean technologies are closely linked, and both are key priorities in the partnership between Portugal and Norway. With shared ambitions in areas like green maritime technology and offshore wind, we have a strong foundation to develop sustainable solutions together. I hope that the Inesc Tec.Ocean project will contribute to building industry networks, projects, and businesses across Portugal and Norway. Today, as we stand at the start of this journey, I encourage all of us to embrace the opportunities this center creates. Let's strengthen partnerships, exchange ideas, and work together to shape a sustainable future where innovation and environmental responsibility go hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Senhoras Secretárias de Estado do Mar e da Energia, dear Ambassador, dear Directors of Inesc Tec and SINTEF, dear authorities related to sea, to research, to different areas of different topics that are get together here today in this great event, and also special greeting to our mayors and deputy mayors that are present in the audience. That also reveals the importance of this project, of this research project in our society, and how even the local administration of our cities and of our territories are engaged with this challenge, with these challenges of research as a new way of development of our economy. Of course, for me, it is a great pleasure to join this celebration. We are celebrating here, of course, the launching of this project, but we are celebrating also a long and a very strong curricula of Inesc Tech in this area, and we are celebrating also something that is very, very important in this area, that is international partnerships and international partnership between two major organizations in Europe, in this research, Inesc Tech and the SINTEF. In a certain way, I had also the privilege to witness the development of this project, of this effort in several discussions that I had with the Inesc team, and this is also the moment to congratulate all the Inesc team, but also I don't know if Eduardo Silva is the engine, but at least he's the soul of this process, and he put all his energy, all this character, all this commitment in this project, and I think that is quite the moment to greet you all and the great team that put this together. Of course, this is a great project involving important budget, more than 40 million euros. As you know, in this teaming equation, half supported by Central European funds, part by Portuguese funds, and this is also an example of collaboration, that this Portuguese funding is also a partnership between Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology and the North region, that also is using some of the project, some funds of the regional project to solve this important also financial equation of a big project as this one. In fact, this is the 5th teaming center in Portugal, the 2nd in the North region, and the first one fully dedicated to ocean and marine engineering. And I think it's not necessary to stress how important this is for our strategy, for the Portuguese strategy in the area, for also the strategy of the region, that see these opportunities in our rough and windy sea for different economical developments, both in energy but also in fisheries, and also in other activities related to the blue economy. Important things are happening in the region, in this area, around mainly what we call the Leixões hub. Different projects are being developed there. Also in Viana do Castelo, so it's a project that is very important for our region. It's also important to stress the extended partnership that this project involves from the Portuguese side, the different universities and higher education institutions, the administration of the Porto do Douro e Leixões, so the North Harbors, but also the Fórum Oceano, so is quite, and also so is a very comprehensive partnership, and I'm sure the results will be achieved in different domains, in science, in infrastructure development, of course, in knowledge transfer, in advanced training, and also in industrial engagement, and it's also, of course, an opportunity for our industry. The project anticipates some important economic impacts, both in the industry, but also in the employment. And of course, we are really eager to follow this development and to follow this very important partnership. Inesc Tech was able to set a very, I would say, lucid vision for the future in this area, and positioning Portugal as a leading country in innovation and industry in this domain. We look forward to to witness that. We look forward to see this as an example for other important areas for North region, also for Portugal, that we are also trying to address, like ships and microelectronic, quantum, also space exploration. So thank you very much to you all, and of course we will have a great journey that we hope to do together. Thank you.
Dear colleague, Secretary of State for Science, Honorable Ambassador, dear President of the Portuguese Northern CCDR, dear President of the Board of Directors of Inesc, our host here today, dear Deputy Mayor of Porto and other mayors present here, high entities and other distinguished guests. It is with great enthusiasm that I address you today at the kickoff of the Inesc Tec.Ocean, the Center of Excellence in Ocean Engineering. This moment marks not only the beginning of an ambitious and innovative project, but also a milestone in Portugal's ongoing commitment to harness the vast potential of our ocean sustainability. The creation of Inesc Tec.Ocean represents a significant step forward in our shared vision in advancing ocean sciences, technology, and innovation. This initiative is a testimony to Portugal's position as a maritime nation, with its vast coastline and one of the largest exclusive zones in the world. Our privileged geographical location, connecting the Atlantic to Europe and the world, underscores our responsibility to lead in ocean stewardship. Today, we also celebrate the enduring partnership between Portugal and Norway. Our two nations share a deep maritime heritage built on centers of exploration, trade, and innovation. From the ages of discoveries when Portuguese explorers charted unknown waters to Norway's storied Viking heritage and modern shipping industry, both nations have demonstrated strong maritime expertise. So this legacy is more than a historical fact. It serves as the foundation for our strong alliance and our shared commitment in shaping a future driven by innovation and sustainability. This partnership continues to grow stronger through initiatives like this one, fostering collaboration between academia, industry, and research institutions. The involvement of Tec.Ocean as a mentoring partner underscores the value of Norwegian expertise in ocean engineering gained through over 70 years of dedication to maritime research and development. Together, we are proving that bilateral cooperation can drive transformative solutions to global challenges. So, ladies and gentlemen, the vision of Inesc Tec.Ocean is ambitious: to become a global reference in ocean engineering. This center will address critical areas such as offshore renewable energy, that is a main central area for Portugal, deep sea monitoring, environmental impact assessment, and offshore aquaculture. It will also facilitate the creation of advanced onshore and offshore technological infrastructures, bridging the gap between scientific innovation and industrial application. Portugal is proud to contribute to this effort, which aligns with our national ocean strategy and our commitments under the European Green Deal and the UN 2030 agenda. And today, more than ever, the Portuguese government is committed to develop and accelerate a sustainable blue economy through policies that support innovation, entrepreneurship, and cooperation. Portugal takes pride in leading advancements in blue technologies by actively supporting research and innovation in this critical field. Let me refer here another flagship project, the Hub Azul Portugal, a 96.3 million initiative under the Portuguese Recovery and Resilience Plan, in which our host Inesc plays also a key role, leading the Hub Azul Leixões Polo 1. This is also an ambitious project aimed to establish a network of infrastructures dedicated to fostering blue tech and emerging sectors within the sustainable maritime economy. By combining policy support, funding, and infrastructure development, Portugal is cultivating an ecosystem that drives innovation while promoting a sustainable, prosperous, and competitive blue economy. The ability to transform scientific knowledge and innovation into tangible economic and social benefits is vital to the future of the blue economy, ensuring competitiveness, sustainability, and successful integration into international markets. With an investment exceeding the 30 million, Inesc Tec.Ocean will also contribute to this goal and is a shining example of how collaboration across borders, sectors, and disciplines can fuel innovation and sustainability. I want to emphasize here the importance of this center, not only in advancing ocean sciences, but also in inspiring the next generation of researchers, engineers, and maritime professionals. By supporting advanced training programs, fostering industry partnerships, and encouraging knowledge transfer, Inesc Tec.Ocean will build a resilient foundation for a sustainable blue economy. In closing, let me extend my deepest gratitude to all of those who have contributed to bringing this vision to life, namely the dedicated teams of Inesc Tec, Tec.Ocean, APDL, and at the international partners at Tec.Ocean. Your commitment and collaboration have made this achievement possible. So, as we embark on this exciting journey, let us reaffirm our commitment to responsible ocean use and innovation. Let us continue to work together, drawing inspiring from our shared maritime legacy and responsibility for the future of our ocean. I wish you all a productive and inspiring kickoff meeting. Thank you.
Okay, I'm the last one, and you're looking forward to getting to know more about the project, but it's really a pleasure to be here. So, Excelentíssima Senhora Secretária de Estado do Mar, Doutora Lídia Bulcão, Excelentíssima Senhora Presidente da Câmara Municipal de Matosinhos, Doutora Luísa Salgueiro, Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente da Câmara Municipal de Viana do Castelo, Dr. Luís Nobre, Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente da Câmara Municipal do Porto, Engenheiro Filipe Araújo, Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente da CCDR do Norte, Professor António Cunha, Excelentíssima Embaixadora da Noruega, Dr. Han Brusletto, Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente do Conselho de Administração do Inesc Tec, Professor João Claro, Dear Research Director in Energy and Transport at Tec.Ocean, Dr. Arne Freidheim, Excelentíssima Senhora Presidente da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, Professora Madalena Alves, caras e caros colegas, senhoras e senhores. I'll start with a favorite of mine, and I have to ask you permission to talk in Portuguese. And in the words of Pessoa, he said, o mostrengo que está no fim do mar, na noite de breu, ergueu-se a voar. À roda da nau voa 3 vezes a chiar. E disse, quem é que ousou entrar nas minhas cavernas que não desvendo? Meus tetos negros do fim do mundo. E o homem do leme disse, tremendo, é o rei Dom João II. O mostrengo, de Fernando Pessoa, faz um retrato de algo que nos faz muito portugueses. O mar, não a monarquia. E é por isso um orgulho enorme estar aqui convosco no lançamento do primeiro projeto Teaming for Excellence português na área do oceano. Now I'll switch to English, and I'm very sorry for this, but I'll give you the message from Fernando Pessoa, and it's brilliant. I dare to say that Portugal is sea. 98% of our territory, beyond our exclusive economic zone, is ocean. And not just any ocean. The Atlantic, which unites Portugal to Africa and the Americas, and creates the bridge to Norway, home of Tec.Ocean. An ocean that was part for the discovery of the New World. An ocean that inspired our biggest poet, Luís de Camões, whose 500th anniversary is being celebrated until 2026. An ocean that has also inspired the fear of the seas never traveled, as Camões so beautifully puts it, and as a terrible monster who swallowed our vessels, the Adamastor, or Mostrengo, in the voice of Fernando Pessoa. Today, we know that that monster never existed, yet the ocean that fascinates us is still vastly unknown. As of June 24, only 26% of the seabed has been mapped with multi-beam sonar systems, which means that almost 75% remains to be discovered. But the ocean is not only a national endeavor. The years of 2021 to 2030 have been identified by the United Nations as the decade of the ocean science for sustainable development. And it is no coincidence that the Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030 is one of the central missions of Horizon Europe. This is where Inesc Tec.Ocean comes in as a project teaming for excellence. It brings together several port administrators, industry, public sector, society, and of course, the outstanding research institutions of Inesc Tec, that I know quite well, and Tec.Ocean. This partnership will create an excellence center in Portugal for research in areas such as monitoring the deep sea, renewable offshore energy, aquaculture, or the evaluation of the impact of human activities, guiding us in how to use and prevent and preserve one of the most valuable resources we have. Projects as this one show us the importance of collaborating within the framework of the European Union, bringing together expertise and funding from national and European sources. As you may know, 50% of the funding for this endeavor comes from Europe and 50% from Portugal. And here I take the opportunity to salute the president of CCDR North, António Cunha, in the agreement we've reached with all CCDRs to ensure national funding for teaming projects in the proportion of 75% from national funds and 25% from regional development funds. Sailing back to the ocean, as we will see here today, and I hope to see more, is not a new research area for Inesc Tec. 10% of the Institute's research is already dedicated to the sea, securing over 13 million euros in research funding in 2022 alone, being home of 70 researchers in the topic and leading infrastructures such as the research vessel Profundo Deep Sea. As one would expect, it is also not a new topic for Portugal, of course, with Camões. Research in marine science has long been supported by FCT, including scientific campaigns in polar regions and the national participation in the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership within Horizon Europe in the areas of sustainable exploration and the use of marine resources. FCT also supports the Atlantic International Research Center, a collaboration network among Atlantic nations. The Air Center is a natural partner for areas such as oceanography, climatology, marine sustainability and biodiversity, as well as in European initiatives such as the DITO, digital twins of the ocean for real-time representation. The ocean is also the subject of a new government action plan with the Sea Strategy 2030, led by my colleague here, the Secretary of State for the Sea at the Ministry of Economy. A key action that will be within the plan will be the Mar mais Ciência, a Sea plus Science, because this collaboration is so important. FCT will work closely with the institutions under the Ministry of Economy to jointly support doctoral scholarships, research in marine sciences, and knowledge and tech transfer for the industry, the public sector, and other economic actors. Because ocean means science. Ocean also means the economy. Ocean means sustainability and life. But ocean is also more than that. It's a subject of lovers, dreamers, poets. And now back to Pessoa. Aqui ao leme, sou mais do que eu. Sou povo que quer o mar que é teu. E mais que o mostrengo que a alma teme, e roda nas trevas do fim do mundo, manda a vontade que me ata ao leme, del rei Dom João II. You, researchers, you are the homem do leme, daring to discover the unknown in the deep sea. We're counting on you, and we're counting in this partnership. Thank you, and have a fantastic day.
We will now proceed with the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding between Inesc Tec and Tec.Ocean. This cooperation protocol fosters the exchange of knowledge, experience, and resources to develop joint projects and initiatives focused on the potential of marine resources, aiming to enhance technical and scientific skills while promoting social, economic, and environmental benefits for the marine ecosystem. Let us now have a short break and resume at 11 o'clock. Welcome all back to the meeting. For the project overview, we will hear José Manuel Mendonça, Senior Researcher at Inesc Tec, former Chairman of the Board of Directors and Emeritus Professor at the University of Porto. He's also the National Director of the UT Austin Portugal program and Chairman of the Independent Evaluation Panel of the Eureka Eurostars program.
Well, the slides are only there.
It's true, I have seen that.
Yeah? Okay, good morning, everybody. I believe the formal salutes have been made, so good morning all. It's a great pleasure. It's a privilege to be here, Secretary of State for the CE and for Science, Technology. I will be brief. I will present you a brief overview of the project. So I'll start a bit why Inesc Tec and how Inesc Tec. So our motto is from pervasive intelligence to global comprehension. How information and communication technologies are pervasive and they enable us to understand the world and to act upon the world to meet societal challenges. So our purpose is to build a future or help building a future to science, technology, and innovation, but impactful science. And the vision is working in digitally enabled systems because they are the basis of our competences to overcome societal challenges. And doing this with talent, with people, with ecosystems, and with public policies also. So it's very important that public policies receive all these and support all this. Inesc Tec is both an associated laboratory from Foundation for Science and Technology, the science side, and a Center for Technology and Innovation from the Ministry of Economy, so the economy side. And we build on our higher education institutions, on our partners, that João Claro has already mentioned. And we are very involved also with the partnerships, many European projects and partnerships, FCT partnerships with American universities. From our 5 strategic commitments, 2 of them regard directly this project. It's the increasing relevance across integrating science, different science disciplines, and I will talk about it. Real-world problems are multidisciplinary, so they require the convergence of multidisciplinary research teams, and to cultivate a talent community, because we are working for the future with the young people to build the future that will be theirs. We work with this push-pull. It's a bit more complex than this. We could put many arrows and many nodes here. So on the one side, we have the scientific domains from artificial intelligence, communications, photonics, power and energy systems, robotics. And on the other end, we have challenges, societal challenges, which are also markets to intervene, because there is an economic weight on these societal challenges. And from these, you see 2 which are directly related with this project, which is Tech for C and Tech for Energy. Because energy, as we will see, will be the low-hanging fruit with many others, with many other outcomes. So it's a bit difficult to talk about data of 2023 since we are in 2025. So we are over 1,000 people, and instead of 29 million euros projects is 45 million euro projects for 2025 already. But these 30 nationalities is almost nearly there, and 160 foreign researchers, which is very important because we have to harvest and we have to host talent from everywhere in the world, and we have to be connected to everywhere in the world also. This slide with the funding portfolio is not interesting for you. Maybe the right picture is important. because we cover the complete value chain from more scientific knowledge generation, science generation projects to applied research, and then to development, technology development in partnership with companies, and then technology transfer and valorization. In cooperation with companies, with IP and licensing, and also launching spin-off companies when the market is not there to take up the outcomes of science. And this is very important. And again, this is a bit more complex than the picture shows, because this is not a cascade. It's very complex with feedback, knowledge from the market and society to the scientists, so that they guide their research to overcome and tackle these challenges, and also with the different interactions with the ecosystem. And I will talk about the ecosystem several times, as we'll see, because it's very important for this project. It's foundational for this project. Another item which is very important is modern science and modern technology development builds on research infrastructures. So laboratories are very important. If you want to attract top researchers, if you want to attract foreign researchers, you have to gather them around laboratory facilities that allow them just to execute, ambitious projects. And they can only build their careers and they can only fulfill their dreams if they have these laboratories. I guess there will be some visit, I don't know, today, tomorrow, probably tomorrow, to our laboratory doing in underwater robotics. I don't think you will go to see the ship because it's not so near, but the other part you will see. So several of these laboratories, there are these 10 major laboratories. Some of these are directly related with this project and supporting the project. So the smart grids, which now is called X-Energy Laboratory, on the left up, then the Tec.Ocean infrastructure, which is not just the vessel, a vessel that was financed by science. It was a Foundation for Science and Technology that financed this research vessel. It's a catamaran with 19 meters, with drones, aerial drones, underwater drones, and all these computer systems and monitoring systems. It can operate until 13 researchers in the ocean, 60 nautical miles from the coast, and in the Portuguese coast, where you can go as deep as 1,000 meters, because we are able, with Portuguese technology, to go as deep as that. Okay, then the communications laboratory, because we work with underwater communications, having robots talking to each other and 400, 500 meters deep. The robotics laboratory, the photonics laboratory, and the Cloudinha, which is the supercomputing HPC use in Minho Advanced Computer System, and also our own facilities for to build the digital models and deal with ocean data. So it's a kind of market-based approach, but also a challenge-based approach. If we look at the international panorama in the sea-related activities, there are several challenges: energy transition, climate change, sustainable food production, and carbon zero policy. And to respond to that, there are a set of actions, and then you need scientific competences that are in the right side of the slide. And these scientific competences, these are the scientific competences that Inesc Tech has to offer to meet these challenges. And there are different things: robotics and autonomous systems, smart sensors, underwater communication, data science, so renewable smart energy grids, offshore wind. So these are the competences that we have, scientific competences that we have to offer. And this was the motivation. And it was already said that Portugal has a very immense exclusive zone in the Atlantic, and Portugal really is at the door to the Atlantic and helps Europe to go over the Atlantic. Of course, there are other countries. It's not only Portugal, Spain and France and Norway. But Portugal and Norway are in the south and in the north they are the two gates, the North Gate and the South Gate to the Atlantic. But to be able to do this, we have to improve. We have to have larger capabilities, not just more people and more money. It's more difficult than that, than just people and money. We have to improve the brainware, we have to improve the technology, we have to improve the test sites, and we have to improve the facilities, the laboratory facilities. We are always looking for money for the laboratory facilities. I guess the president of Foundation for Science and Technology just looked at me when I was saying that we are always looking for money for lab facilities. Okay, we cannot complain too much because we have a very strong infrastructure, not as SINTEF, obviously, but a pretty strong infrastructure to operate in the sea. We are lab in these installations, in the School of Engineering, another lab. We are building, like it was referred, a hub in Leixões, but we are already in the Porto de Leixões with our facilities and we have our vessel to operate the vehicles. And we were brave enough a few years ago when the Portuguese utility, EDP, ended up the test of the wind-float Atlantic turbines that are now being operated by Ocean Winds in Viana do Castelo. This test site was a bit, I would say, abandoned. Well, what is this good for? And the test site is very important because it has a substation, a submarine cable, and a place to test technology, I guess it's 5 or 6 miles offshore, Póvoa de Varzim. And okay, we said, okay, we take care, and now we are the major shareholders of Companhia de Energia Oceânica in partnership with EDP and with the Wave Energy Center in Lisbon. And so this test site has already tested wave energy technology, wind energy technology, and it's a very important test site before the scale-up. And now we operate this test site, and companies pay because we don't need much profit, but we need to pay the costs. And the costs, if you are in the ocean, are high. So companies pay us to test their technologies, and this is pretty important. And test it in the rough Atlantic before they go from 5 miles to 10 miles to 15 miles to 20 miles because here it's easier to do it. Okay, and the ambition is go deeper and stay longer in the ocean. We have prototypes. We may tell that they are high technology ready level prototypes. To operate in harsh environment conditions and to have an high operational level in the ocean. This is our lander that we will see in the lab. One thing that you will see in the lab is all our underwater robots, and you look at them and they have been working, they have been there. They are not, kind of new. You can see that. And so teaming comes with a mission and with a vision, and the mission is a sustainable ocean engineering know-how with responsible exploitation of the ocean to reinforce EU competitiveness facing the global challenges in marine ecosystems. And when we were trying to have this project approved, okay, you have to go for the best, and we went to talk with SINTEF and Tec.Ocean because without having the best, we wouldn't have the project. And so Inesc Tech has the privilege of having a partnership with SINTEF, but also Fórum Oceano, the Portuguese Blue Economy cluster of companies, and the EPDL, which is the Port Authority Innovation Hub, which has the port in Lisbon, in Porto, and also in Viana do Castelo, which is right face to face where ocean winds, and Viana do Castelo is a very important node, and one of our partners, the Polytechnic of Viana do Castelo, besides University of Minho and all the other shareholders. So there are 4 main science and innovation areas: marine structures, marine robotics, ocean energy, and ocean data. And each of them has sub-areas. For instance, ocean energy has energy harvesting and storage, where green hydrogen plays an important role. Renewable smart energy grids, because you have to have substations and power lines and transmission in the ocean, and we have to decide if it is floating, or my colleague, Professor Lopes, is going to discuss all this in the afternoon, giving the insight. Power electronics, computational intelligence, and marine robotics. We have deep sea operation, underwater transport, perception and navigation, etc. So I'm not going to go into detail. And Inesc Tech is pretty strong in 3 of these 4, and SINTEF is strong in many, particularly in the marine structures. Where we will not be alone here, we want to partner with other research institutions in the university and research centers, which are also working in marine structures. I am not going to say names because I would forget someone, but some of these institutions are in the room here, are partners of the ecosystems. And of course, we need to be part of a value chain and to understand the global value chain markets. And let's say, the low-hanging fruit, the quick win that we foresee is offshore renewable energy, because the government is preparing a bid for a 2 gigawatt auction very soon, meaning 2030, but we have to prepare, and we need many years to prepare and to be able to have more people at different levels which are prepared to face this challenge, and the Portuguese industry needs years to prepare to meet these challenges also. And of course, linked to offshore renewable energy, there is this marine environmental impact, because all these systems have impact. What about the fish? What about the seafood? Apparently in Viana do Castelo, I heard that, okay, maybe less fish, but more seafood. Okay, that's nice. So we have to know this, and we have to have scientific data, and we have to know very in detail what happens with the impact of these platforms. And then right after, offshore aquaculture, we were discussing with Miguel Miranda, from an ex-president of IPMA, about this aquaculture, because many countries are betting on it, and some of these countries, they recognize some capability of Portugal, emerging capability in aquaculture, which is very important. And then other areas downstream in the timeline. This is very complex. Just look at the colors. The colors is that you need to have scientific excellence in orange, with programs with PhDs and research and partnerships with university and polytechnical schools. We need more PhDs, and we need more masters which are specialized and addressing these market needs, okay? So on the left in green, you have the infrastructures, again, the laboratories that we are building and that our partners have and go on building. On the bottom line, you have the business partnerships, because without business, without economic value, this will not be sustainable, because you cannot just go on putting public money, just public money, out of nothing. So you have to have economic impact. So the business partnerships, it's very, very, very important. And then the governance, which is complex, because we mix corporations, large companies. We have a few companies that are going to sponsor some cathedrals, some PhD work at high level in the areas that they want, where they want to invest. But we want also the small, the micro companies to build the ecosystem and to develop the ecosystem. The impacts, we are pretty ambitious, but we are confident because if you look at 2028 data, in some numbers, Inesc Tec already reached in 2024 the numbers of 2028. This was made before winning the teaming, before presenting the teaming. So, without the teaming, we are already in 2028 data in some of these numbers. So, our ambition is to have 200 people working here, is to foster the blue economy by 80%, and very important, to have more projects, okay? So the blue area, the dark blue, is what would happen if we didn't add the teaming and if we stopped here. That would be a kind of decay. And the light blue is where we wanted to achieve with the teaming. And very important, on the lower right is the technology, test, and validation and optimization timeline, number of years. We want to reduce quite a lot the number of years you take from the prototype, from the lab, until the pilot, and until the industry application. And we want to get it down from at least 30, to cut it down at least for 30%. And that's we hope that with the help of everybody, we will be able to do this. So, it's ecosystem and brainware. This is a bit what Inesc Tec already does, bridging academia with business. But it's more than that. And I just recall two things that were referred by the Secretary of State and I think by Secretary of State of the CEOs of Secretary of State of Science and by SINTEF, which is two things, the Portuguese navigators and the Vikings, they have to have an organization. We call it in Portugal the School of Sagres. You cannot do, and they have to have all this support. Only with that you can, referring to what the Secretary of State for Science said, you can beat the Adamastor and transform the Cape Town. It was the kind of the torture Cape to the Good Hope Cape, and you need this. And for that, you need more than business and academia. You need all the stakeholders, large companies, small companies, public administration. You need public policies. I just got this from our neighbors in Spain, which are also navigators. And this is important, much more than business and academia. We need the whole ecosystem to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now proceed with the partners' presentations, Tec.Ocean, APDL, and Fórum Oceano. We will start with Tec.Ocean's presentation by Arne Fredheim, Research Director in Energy and Transport. You may now take the floor.
Dear Secretaries of State, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, once more, thank you for the opportunity to address you and give a short presentation about SINTEF and Tec.Ocean and our own effort these days in building a new ocean technology center in Norway, Trondheim. So, and I hope the technology is with me. Maybe once more.
For 75 years, SINTEF has developed innovative and socially beneficial solutions. We research the major challenges of our time and contribute to green, digital, circular, and economically sustainable transformation. Our recipe for success is to work interdisciplinary in close interaction with industry, public administration, and other research environments. This has made us one of the largest independent research institutes in Europe. Our main tasks are to create social benefits and competitiveness. Every year we collaborate with thousands of customers who get access to our outstanding research environments and advanced laboratories. In addition to helping existing businesses, we also create new ones through spin-offs from our own research projects. At SINTEF, we value collaboration and knowledge sharing as important elements to achieve our ambitious goals. Our customers come to us with complex issues which are best solved by gathering experts from various disciplines, from industrial technologists to social scientists. SINTEF's ambition is to be a world-leading research institute, and we have a vivid and demanding vision of developing technology for a better society.
Have a very loud communication department, as you can hear, so I apologize for that, but hopefully you got a short glimpse into what SINTEF is. Anyway, we are, as said in the video, one of Europe's largest independent research organizations, non-for-profit. We are a foundation, so private, as Inesc, as already mentioned. About 2,200 employees, more than 6,000 projects every year. Majority, of course, of the projects are Norwegian, but we also have about 10% of the portfolio being international projects. EU, of course, but also industrial partners. We are quite proud. We have more than 80 nationalities in SINTEF. Of course, one of the main reasons for that is we are located close, or located in Trondheim, our main office, where is a university town in Norway, bringing in people from all over the world, taking PhDs typically, and they realize that SINTEF is a good place to work. About 90% of our project portfolio is something we have got through competition. So we only get 10% in basic funding. The rest is some either from the Research Council of Norway, EU, and about 30–35% with direct funding from the industry. So we are quite heavily dependent on being close to the industrial needs as well. So our vision is technology for a better society. It's been with us for 75 years. Actually, the birth date of SINTEF was on Sunday. So there was a celebration in Trondheim yesterday, marking our 75 years anniversary. We cover more or less all aspects of industry in Norway and societal challenges. So this figure tried to illustrate some of the topics we work with related to developing competitiveness, strengthening the industry, helping them to solve their challenges, developing new companies if needed, as well as looking at, of course, the challenges of our time, helping in solving some of the big challenges of the society, being it improving healthcare or reducing carbon emissions. You might see that there is not an ocean figure here. So, but actually the chairman of the board of SINTEF, his background is actually within ocean and marine technology. So you can see the small waves on some of the figures. So that's illustrating that, yes, ocean is there, and ocean is the three major export industries from Norway is related to the ocean: oil and gas, shipping, and seafood. So it's important. We say that the goal or the vision of SINTEF give us some important social roles. Of course, carrying out research and innovation. That's the core of SINTEF. That's what we have been for 75 years. But we also develop, invest in, and run laboratories, and not at least computer softwares, of course. So that's also an important role as a national role. But we also do commercialization. Of course, not in competition with our customers or industry, but where we have developed and come up with results, intellectual properties that nobody of our partners want to proceed with, we go ahead and do commercialization. And we have been quite successful. The most successful, actually, technology transfer office in Norway, by far. And then the last one, thought leadership. Of course, we try to use some of the knowledge we have to also contribute towards political debates and knowledge in order to progress the society. I said SINTEF is 75 years old. It all started back in 1950. It was as a project office of the university in Trondheim. So that's the early beginning, supporting professors, helping the university, building laboratories, and it since then has grown. We are more independent today. We are, as I said, a separate foundation, but NTNU is indirectly in control of this foundation, and it's by far the most important collaborator for us. Building, like in Inesc, building on the science developed and knowledge developed in academia, we apply it and work with society and industry. We also take on the role as a network contractor or collaborator. So being in between industry, partner networks, public authorities, helping industry in finding public funding and so forth. And this is actually an important role. We find solutions together with different type of stakeholders. And I think it has grown on us understanding this role. And I will say that the project we have kickoff for today is also an example of this, getting stakeholders together. And because of our close collaboration with industry, we also are involved in a lot of different business clusters in Norway, some of them being official global centers of excellence and so forth, others more local, but this is also an important working place for SINTEF. We have more than 100 laboratories in SINTEF, and we invest, since we do not have any commercial owners, what we gain, we put back into our own activities. So investing in laboratories is one of the important tasks we do, of course. And this is, we have laboratories from the smallest. We have Mina Lab, that's a micro-nano laboratory where we can produce small chips as well. Biotech laboratories towards the large one, marine over ocean basin, 60 times 80 meters, 10 meter deep, to test offshore structures. So from nanoscale to large macro scale. But that's of course core for doing science today, is to have access to important laboratories. Tec.Ocean, we are one of 6 research institutes or business units in SINTEF. So, as already said earlier today, many of the challenges of modern society can be solved through sustainable use of the ocean. That's been a driving motivation behind actually establishing Tec.Ocean, which, as it is today, was established back in 2017 as a merger of other parts of SINTEF. So we do research and innovation related then, of course, to the ocean, with ocean industry and for society, and both for the national and international industries. It's 3 main, industrial markets for us. It's transport, maritime transport, shipping. It's seafood, both being aquaculture and wild caught fishing, of course, and then it's the energy sector. In addition, we do a lot on environmental issues, environmental technology related to all of the activities in the ocean. That's also a very important part of what we do. We have 8 what we call prioritized research areas. Basically, it covers all of the ocean industries in Norway. Working on sustainable feed. If we are going to increase the aquaculture production, being it salmon or other, we need more feed. That's actually an obstacle today. So looking at maybe fishing lower down in the food web in order to use that to create sustainable feed, for instance, or growing the feed. Fisheries, looking at more sustainable and ways of fishing and more energy efficient fishing methods. Renewable energy, of course, coastal infrastructure, floating bridges and other means, and of course maritime transport. As mentioned, we are now also in a phase of developing this new Norwegian Ocean Technology Center. Basically, that's a huge investment into large-scale research infrastructure. So we do that together with the university in Trondheim. It's financed by the Norwegian authorities. So this will be finished in 2028. We will then have a laboratory center with 25 laboratories. There will be more than 300 researchers, SINTEF and the university and NTNU combined, and more than 500 students. So this is not only for SINTEF, this is for the science community and for Norway and hopefully internationally. So yeah, this is just a historical perspective on it. As you can imagine, as in Portugal, shipping have been core to what we do in Norway. Back at university, back in 1910, we got the first towing tank in 1939, just before the Second World War strike. So it was actually never filled with water after the Second World War. Then it continued in 1970 with the ocean basin and development of the oil and gas industry. And these facilities we still have. And now, as I said, we are actually building, as we speak, the new Ocean Technology Center. Developed for ocean energy, renewable energy, the industries for the future. And there it stopped, because I think my time is used. Sorry, it's not working. Okay, yeah. Just go quickly. So 6 major laboratories, ranging from structural engineering, where we, for instance, test power cables for the offshore wind industry. We do that for clients all over the world. We have the ocean basin, as already mentioned. We are building the sea keeping basin, which is for testing vessels. And one of the major ambitions there is to reduce the energy use for future ships. Machinery, energy systems laboratory, looking at how we can use alternative fuels and, of course, reduce carbon emissions. And then we have Fjord Lab, which is also a big ambitions of going out into the ocean and to do both observation and do tests. So, I will be quick. We are building this in Trondheim. So physically, this will be the main center of the Ocean Technology Center, with a seakeeping basin, with a new ocean basin, with new office buildings and auditoriums. And the building, you can see offices and auditoriums. We will actually move into that in April this year, so we are moving forward. Fjord Lab, quite ambitious. It's a 40 million euro investment into equipment and systems to test and develop everything from autonomous ships and to doing observation, including also aquaculture research. This is how the ocean basin looks today, or actually yesterday. It's progressing, but this will not be finished until 2028. It took 1.5 years to dig out. It will take 18 months to fill it with concrete, and another year to fill it with all the necessary equipment needed in order to make this one of the greatest laboratories for testing ocean structures. So at the end, it would look more like this. So 2028, that's the magical year. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. We will now proceed with APDL's presentation. APDL stands for Administration of Portos de Ouro, Leixões, and Viana do Castelo. And the presentation will be given by Helena Fernandes, Commercial, Marketing and Communication Director.
Muito bom dia a todos, Sra. Secretária de Estado do Mar, Sra. Secretária de Estado da Ciência, caros parceiros do projeto Inesc Tec.Ocean, senhoras e senhores, é um prazer estar aqui e, evidentemente, agora vou passar a apresentação para inglês. We are here I would like to present to you the Port Authority of Douro, Leixões and Viana do Castelo. So nowadays we are more than a port facility, we are more and more partners in several projects that we're developing in our different areas. So to present you what we have here, as I said, Port Authority, it's a public company, but it manages 3 infrastructures at North Porto Viana do Castelo, and I also like to give my regards to the president of Viana do Castelo municipality, that is also here. Port of Viana is managed also by the Port Authority, and I will also present you briefly what projects we are developing there. Then we have Leixões, which is close here to the city. We also manage all the Douro River inland waterway, so 200 kilometers of river, which is, if you have the chance, our foreign visitors, if they have the chance to visit, it's quite beautiful. And more recently, we started operating also the rail terminals in Leixões, but also in Guarda, in the center of the country here. Okay, see it here. So the port is, as I said, more than a port. It's actually quite a lot of activities that we are developing. So starting for Porto Viana do Castelo, the port is very close. It's about 60 kilometers from Porto. This is just a picture with the location, also the access, because we recently made a new access that improves the connections for logistics to Porto Viana. But Porto Viana do Castelo is more than a commercial port. So we have commercial activities, fishing activities, industrial, because we have in the North Bank here the West Sea, and also Enercom, a company that produces the wind components. Marina, and more, Viana is becoming an energy cluster. As today you already we heard about it, and it's getting more and more like an energy cluster. So in terms of commercial activity, this is made in the south part of Viana, and the port is not a big size port. We handle about 300,000 tons per year. Nevertheless, it's possible to expand it, and we have a lot of companies interested in getting industrial activities in the port. Some of them already are there, but we intend in the future to expand our area and to have more companies, especially dedicated to industrialized areas. And as I was referring, the energy cluster. So at this moment, we have wind float project being developed there, and also Core Power Ocean. We are in discussion with other companies. I saw it before. The Gazelle Wind Power is also using Aguçadora, and we also are helping on establishing these projects. So with the offshore wind areas, and Viana is a very, very good place to install an offshore project, we believe that Porto Viana do Castelo can be helpful on developing these projects with our partners. So this is what really is happening here in the port. Douro inland waterways. So River Douro, we manage 200 kilometers of inland waterway up to Spain. This is interesting. I like this image because we can see the locks and the height of the tide. So this is also quite a challenge for the Port Authority. Nowadays, Douro is mainly for cruise activities. We have some cargo, but not much tonnage. But more and more is for river cruising activity. We did quite an investment in this area because we received it in 2015. It was integrated in the Port Authority. And we did a lot of investment in terms of navigation, communications, technology, monitoring. So River Douro nowadays is a very interesting river to visit, of course, but with also a lot of developments to be done. At this moment, we intend also to have better investments in locks that are not operated by Port Authorities, another company, but we need it because, as you see, we have more than 1 million passengers in Douro. Of course, mainly part of these passengers is downtown Porto, but in terms of river cruising in hotel ships, there's more and more hotels going upstream until Spain, and the locks. So nowadays, the access is a constraint because there's a lot of activity and we don't have enough slots for all the companies interested. So this is the lock access, so you can have an idea. We are, of course, doing nowadays a plan also to see the maximum capacity of Douro because it's a beautiful place, but we don't want to. We want to keep it sustainable. And then I'm sorry, I'm speaking maybe too fast, but I want to keep the time and try to see if I can tell you everything that I would like to. So now we're talking about Port of Leixões. So Port of Leixões is mainly, of course, a commercial port. We are located here very close. The Port of Leixões is very important for not only for the north of Portugal region, but also to the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula, because there are a lot of companies that use the port to export their cargo, and even in the center of Portugal, and more here close to the border in Spain. So it's quite important because most the great part of the export companies are located in the north of Portugal, so Leixões is like, as we say, gateway port. We import a lot of raw materials that are transformed in the region and then exported again by the port. We're not a deep sea port, that means we don't have these big, huge ships we see sometimes in other ports, but we have daily connections to the main hub ports. So even north of Europe, even also to the south, especially to Inesc, to Algeciras. So every day it's possible to send cargo from the Port of Leixões. This is quite interesting, and that's why the port is quite important in the at national level, not only at local level, but also at national level. We usually say that represents more than 14 million inhabitants. I mean, there is cargo coming from all these areas here. So we are a multi-purpose port, so we do all types of activity, from cruises, roll on, roll off, which is this cargo that comes inside a ship, agri-bulk, containers, marina, break bulk, dry bulk, cements, oil, fishing, and more recently also the rail activity. So we do all types of cargo. Even we have some constraints in terms of space, but we are very flexible, and it's possible to handle about 14 million tons of commodities per year. So from here you can see how important port is, not only at national level, not local, but also at national level. So 20% of foreign trade by sea comes by the Port of Leixões, and in terms of employment and GDP, it's quite important. So this is also our main key indicators. We have still not finished the figures of 2024, but we'll be around 14 million tons of commodities. And more and more, a lot of cruise passengers. We had an increase about 30% of cruise passengers also. So we export to 184 countries. So this is also quite interesting. And container is the main traffic that we have in our ports. So we have about 1,500 trucks per day in the port, which it is quite a lot of traffic. But we only have one access, one gate and one access. So all the truck traffic that comes to the port has a dedicated road that connects to the port. We don't have trucks around the city. And this is quite interesting because we only have one gate for all the operators in the ports, so it's very easy to access the port. This was a technology that we developed about 15 years ago, and it's like a showcase also because we only accept cargo that previously was announced in our logistics single window. So it's very easy for the truck come inside the port, leave their cargo, and also the part, it takes about 50 minutes, 56 minutes. So this is quite fast. More and more, the port is increasing its capacity, is handling the cargo handling because of the technology and also because of the partnerships that we had for last years where we developed a lot of projects in benefit of the port and community, of course. We also have a logistic area. We have some companies installed in the logistic area, and here is where the Hub Azul will be located. So we've heard about it, so that is in the logistic area that Hub Azul will be here. We also have 2 cruise terminals, and another example of partnership, CIMAR, the research center for the sea, is installed in our building. So this is also quite interesting because this is not only cruise terminal that benefits the passengers, but also the community and all the research and university, the academia. So this is a project, one of our other projects that we cooperate, of course, with academia. So in terms of the investments, we are nowadays doing the revision of our strategic plan. So there are some news that we intend to present it soon. But at this moment, what is happening in the port? We are building a breakwater here so we can have increased capacity of ships that come to the port, but also the safety conditions of the port. This is quite important. And we have some projects of developing other activities because what happens at this moment is that if we don't invest in the infrastructure, we're going to lose cargo. So we need to increase slightly the capacity of ships that come to the port so we don't lose this cargo. And we know that's very, very important for the region, so we really need to invest in these activities. This is another project that we are developing, an inspection center. That means that all the inspection done to cargo will be done in this area because this is also very important for the companies that work in the ports. We are also, because all the activities that we do are supported in technology and information, we are also have a plan of building a data center so we can have continue to assure the continuity of business. And we are also investing in dry ports because we know that we don't have much space for cargo storage, but we know that if we can find other places where the companies can hand over their cargo and then come to the port when it's only for export, this is really a value added for the port. That's why we are now investing in Guarda for this purpose. And of course, if we do this, we can be very, very close to Spain and increase our capacity and have more cargo. So these were some of the examples that we developed. So to just finish, I think it's important to see in terms of energy transition roadmap that we developed and what we pretend to do in the future, because we are much aware that of course, our aim is to have more cargo, more activity, but always bearing in mind that We are very close to the community, to the city. Our partners must also do investments and be more sustainable, and that's why we developed a carbon neutral energy transition map to reach carbon neutrality in 2035. And this is supported in 3 areas: decarbonization, energy transition, and digitalization. So in terms of carbonization, some of the projects we already have been doing it. For instance, one of them is 3 years ago, we decided that we don't accept the Euro 1, 2, 3, and 4 trucks. Those are the most polluting trucks. We don't accept them anymore. We only receive Euro 5 and 6. This was something that we did gradually with the partners of the Truck Drivers Association. But this was quite interesting because we reduced the number of more polluting trucks inside the port. We nowadays only have 5 and 6. We also made an experience with an electric truck to do internal connections inside the ports. We have an EcoBus. This is used for cruise passengers, so to connect the terminal to the city. So some of the projects are already in operation. We also, our tugboats are moved with eco-bunkers with 30% decrease of emissions. Our partners, the operators, are also investing in electrification of equipment. So this is some of projects that are already done, and we have more. Another important is investing in OPS, onshore power supplies. So up to 2030, our cruise terminal and container terminals must be connected, but be electrified. That means when a ship is on berth, should be able to be connected to electrical. And this is something also a project that we are developing, and we have to get it up until 2030. Also, a lot of projects in terms of renewable energies, wind, solar, waves. Some examples of projects that we want to develop, and some of them are already in process. Alternative fuels, we are also involved in several projects to see. We don't know, to be honest, will be the fuel of the future. This is something discussion that the vessels are and companies ship owners are discussing a lot, but still we have several projects that we are developing in terms of the future. And of course, in digitalization, it's quite a range of projects that we are also involved. So this is quite demanding. We know that this is the port that we want to be in the future. A port that uses renewable energy, self-sufficient, reduce our carbon footprint, improve also the public health around the community, strengthen our relations surrounding the community, and also, of course, being economic sustainable, a very good relationship with also our people, our workers, and of course, bringing more economy to the region. That is our purpose. So thank you. I still have a video, but I know that my time is constrained, so I hope you can see it afterwards. Thank you very much, and all success in project. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the last presentation, we will listen to Rubem Eiras, Secretary General at Tec.Ocean.
So, good morning to everybody. This is a very exciting moment because it is, going into a new layer of cooperation that will give not only a new dimension and a new path of development to the region of the north of Portugal, but also with lots of positive impacts for the whole country, and also for having a structured cooperation relationship with Norway beyond codfish and other food elements. So, what is Fórum Oceano? So, Fórum Oceano exists for almost 20 years. We are the Portuguese Blue Economy Cluster. We are certified, recognized as so by the Portuguese government under the EU regulation and framework for industrial clusters. So we have three recognition processes. The last one was this year, so it's almost 1 month, old, which is, quite a recognition from the work that is done. We have now 164 members, so we are reaching on, we are on the track to reach the goal of 280 members. So we have to really work a lot to produce new companies, generate new companies from science that will become, fortunately, our members. We cover all the value chains of the blue economy, so we are multi-value chain and also, you could say, interdisciplinary in our nature. And what is our goal? Our goal is to mobilize our community, our cluster, towards building profitable blue businesses in all value chains of ports, shipping, tourism, that have a sustainable financial return, but also a sustainable and, if possible, regenerative impact in the ocean ecosystem. So have a financial return, but also a planet return. This is easier said than done. And we cannot do it alone. We have to do it in cooperation. And this is why Fórum Oceano, in its DNA, since its early ages, has a global cooperation outreach, as it is in the Portuguese DNA, in the European DNA, in the Norwegian DNA. So we lead, and this is the last year that we lead, the Blue Tech Cluster Alliance, BTCA, that now has, in fact, 12 clusters, because Canada's Ocean Supercluster was admitted 2 weeks ago. And now it was joined under our mandate, the Marine Open Innovation Institute from Japan. That is one already that was announced last year, one of the strategic partners for the Business to Sea Matosinhos event that will be held again this year in November, and from which already we take the opportunity to invite Tec.Ocean also to be a strategic partner of the event, along with the Norway's embassy. Will formalize the request by them. So with this network, we expand the opportunities of cooperation beyond the European Union. That is surmountable, and it is strategically important for making the blue economy happen. One solution for one ocean is also the solution for another ocean in another area of the planet. But the theme is complex, and we need a lot of cooperation towards building sustainable businesses that are profitable but generate an environmental return for the planet and the society. We are also, one of the vice presidents of the European Networks of Maritime Cluster, which is an organization of the European-based maritime clusters, where Norway is also in. Also, Norway is in the Blue Tech Cluster Alliance with the GCE Ocean Tech cluster. And these networks are very important, again, for critical mass and also for having the critical mass to generate deal flow of entrepreneurs, of innovators that can matchmake with the excellence of science to build new businesses, and who knows, the new deep-seek phenomena in ocean as you have in AI. So, because today, with good science and excellent science, you can also drive down the costs and be the change maker in your value chain area. We are also partners and full members of the consortium of the Blue Invest mechanism of the European Commission that fosters the blue economy investment initiatives in Europe by the European Commission and is linked to the EIF and EIB mechanisms. And this is a panorama of the 10 value chains where we operate, where in our areas of action, with a focus in internationalization, in innovation, and in fostering also public policies thought leadership. So we know, and is quite repeated, that ocean is for us, a multi, asset provider, and but also it is a very fragile ecosystem, and this is where we have, science with innovation meet to create this new blue ESG economy. You need to diminish the impact and follow what is and materialize the principle of the do no significant harm of the EU taxonomy. You need to have the combination of the green transition with the digital transition. This is where it comes the blue economy, say, mantra and innovation formula that you use at Fórum Oceano. It's to fully decarbonize any system and to fully circularize closed industrial loop of any system, you need to have robust and precise information of what is going on in your industry and how that industry is interacting with the environmental dimension. This is already in place, but it has still many information gaps and process gaps. And this is an opportunity to close those gaps with affordable solutions that bring value and foster a generation of entrepreneurs that are sustainable, that are profitable, that grow, but also, again, that generate a positive impact in the environment. So what are the market opportunities? The role of Fórum Oceano in this consortium is really to bring business into the equation. Sintef and Inesc are very proficient and highly proficient in science. APDL gives the playground for the businesses to grow and foster, but you have to have an actor that makes the bridge between science, the innovation, and the reality of industry. This is where Fórum Oceano comes in. So we have a very big focus in investment, in bringing and also bringing the awareness and the literacy in investment trends, but also deploying an innovation process that brings those science breakthroughs into new business and process ideas. And how are you going to do that? First, a glance. When you talk about blue economy in Europe and the economy as a whole, we have now a very, I would say, dire perception about our prospects. But this is not so. What we have to do is a bit more effort in bringing science into practical solutions. And here, Portugal is the sixth most attractive country to invest in the blue economy. We have a lot of talent, we have a lot of brains, good brains, as you will find out, our Norwegian friends and deepen, but we don't have so much capital. But Norway is very strong on that issue, and probably here we can have a very good matchmaking. So, and for helping on that, one of the first instruments that we already have at hand, and we are deploying this instrument in partnership with the Norwegian entity Tec.Ocean, so the largest blue accelerator globally. The Abazul Deal Room is part of the Abazul Portugal project that we are responsible for developing the business model or the network. And this is the first piece of our digital platform. And this has a database with 1,000 startups and 1,000 investment funds. So as you can see, the deal flow for startups is as much as big as investment funds. So there is mismatch here. So there is a lack of deal flow of proper business for this money to be applied. So this is an effect and concrete opportunity and a moment that we are living, that if we generate the right deal flow, capital will show up to scale up those solutions. In this platform, we did already with Tec.Ocean the first Blue Economy Guide, and here you can consult what are the investment trends. So in the left-hand side, you have the investment landscape of venture capital that is registered on the platform. Again, this is a snapshot of the data that exists in the platform. This is not official statistical data. And then at the right-hand side, it was in 2024. As you can see, there is a big jump in 2 years. And what is leading? Digital and robotics is leading the way. It was in 4th place, or not more than 4th, one of the last places in 2022. So the AI revolution and the AI wave is also arriving at the blue economy. So this kind of information is just that is very important for guiding the work that has to be, that the Inesc Tec.Ocean with project has to be done in order to sync with the right investment funds and to meet the KPIs of the startups and spin-offs that we have to meet. The blue economy is still, a young ecosystem. So we are really at the edge point. Norway has worked very, very well and very thoroughly in the last 20 years to generate a new generation of companies and startups that work on ocean beyond oil and gas, but using the oil and gas experience. Here in Portugal, this could be one of the testing playgrounds to get those solutions to the next level in front of investors. So here is the QR code that you can use for consulting the Blue Economy Guide, totally free at the Abazul Deal Room. You have there this information and more other interesting data. So what we are doing and what synergies we can do with this initiative of the Inesc Tec.Ocean. First one, the network of Abazul Portugal, that was mentioned already by the Secretary of State of the Sea in his speech. So this, we are the coordinators of the network. There is a strategic council that is presided by the GPM, that is here, the Director General, and we work also in partnership with Madeira the regions of Madeira and Azores and the Portuguese Navy. And this is one thing that I want to stress. Fórum Oceano is a national cluster. So we have members from the north of Portugal, center of Portugal, Alentejo, Algarve, Madeira, and Azores, and Lisbon. So it's the whole country that you have here as a player and as a value, as a value source for this project. And this is also the richness that Inesc Tec.Ocean brings. So this network and the phase that we are in, and here the team from Abazul, the lead manager, Gonçalo Faria, is here with Manuel and also with João during these days, is to activate the acceleration ecosystem of all the 7 hubs. This will be done in an open innovation methodology and acceleration, but all based in a digital platform that will function as a social network of innovation. This, if everything goes well, in the first semester of this year, will be ready. And this will be fully available for accelerating and activating the challenges of Inesc Tec.Ocean in the ecosystem of Abazul. Then, Portugal Blue Digital Hub. It's an European digital innovation hub for blue economy. It's also a consortium led by Fórum Oceano, where the Portuguese Navy is also in. Air Center is also in, with Professor Miguel Miranda is also here. And here, the manager of this project, the lead manager, Carlos Pinho, will also be here tomorrow. And here, what we are doing is deploying a series of initiatives, inclusively a big data platform for helping to digitalize the blue economy value chains in all clusters in Portugal. To give you, an example of what we already achieved, the first 2 acceleration programs that we launched, one with the Port of Lisbon, Tagus Inov, and another one with the Hydrographic Institute, in 1 month, they received more than 148 applications. So we are just not only talking, I'm going to end, and it's also doing and delivering value. You can count on us. You can count on us and for making it happen. Obrigado, and let's do it.
Thank you all for your presentations. We will now proceed with the remote presentation. Please welcome Karina Firka-Viciuce, Project Advisor at the European Research Executive Agency, for a presentation on European Commission perspective and articulation.
Anything changes? Would you like to let someone else speak before you change the thingies in the computer? Yes, okay.
We were sorry for the technical issues. We're moving on with the presentations, and now we will listen to Ricardo Simões, Head of Innovation at Norte Portugal Regional Coordination and Development Commission, for the presentation on Regional Innovation Valley in Offshore Renewable Energy.
Hello, good morning everyone, bom dia a todos, estimada senhora Secretária de Estado da Ciência, estimada senhora Secretária de Estado do Mar, estimados dirigentes aqui do Inesc Tec, das IEs do Norte e de outras regiões do país, dear international guests, estimados colegas académicos, industriais, senhores presidentes de Câmara, senhores vereadores presentes, dear all, and one following us online on YouTube. It's a huge pleasure to be here. I will address you somewhat in the mix between telling a little bit of what the region is doing in the scope of what Inesc Tec.Ocean aims to do, which is renewable energy, clean energy, and in specific case from the sea, but that is only part of the energy mix which we have been addressing in many aspects. But also I will talk a little bit about what is the strategy that we have going forward in this area. So just a little bit about the region. The North region, as you probably know, is about 1/4 of the territory. It's about 1/3 of the population, but it represents over 50% of several national indicators, including we are over half of the productive industry employment. We are over 50% of the renewable energy production in the country. We have almost 50% for example, of the collapse of the country. So it is a region that aims to be tackling the key issues and being on the forefront of several aspects. And this project from Inesc Tec is another example of that. And for that, it's a privilege to have it located here in North, putting together several of the players, not only from the metropolitan area of Porto, but from Alto Minho. So it's even a multi-NUTS-3 project. So it touches all the right aspects of this. So you probably know that despite these positive aspects that we have, including the surplus that we create in the trade scale, in international level, unfortunately, we still have difficulties into translating that into wealth of the population. We are the only NUTS2 Portuguese region where all these 8 NUTS3 still have a wealth per inhabitant below 75% of the EU average, and we have only 30% of the GDP, despite over 50% of the industry productive employment. However, we should also look very briefly at some international indicators which reflect how we are and where we have been going. I am not going to do a comparison between the different regions in Portugal. Overall, all the regions have evolved positively in these international indexes. For example, on the Regional Innovation Scoreboard, the latest revision was in 2023. Our strongest point was definitely in scientific publications, in higher education, where in fact, you probably know that in education, North has been the Portuguese region that most evolved over the last few years, mostly and especially in the young population until 30-something, but we still have big deficits in the average of the entire population, naturally, but also in the registration of brands and design, whereas our weakest points are in the collaboration between companies for innovation and in patent registration. I'm talking about European PCT patents registration. It's still one of our lacking points. In fact, if we look at the biggest disparities between North and the EU, it is still in the investments from companies into development and innovation between different SMEs. Now, if we look at another interesting indicator, which is the Regional Competitiveness Index, this one had revisions in 2019 and 2022. In 2019, we were the second lowest Portuguese region in this index, and also the second if we looked at Portuguese and Spanish regions together. From 19 to 22, we had the biggest growth in RCI of the entire EU regions, okay, with the exception of one capital region. And so we are currently above average of the Portuguese and Spanish regions, and our strongest point is innovation, which means that the bets that we did in terms of technological facilities, in terms of our higher education institutions, and in terms of promoting more research and more development paid off. However, we still have this weak point of efficiency, which is essentially connected with market dimension, which means that the productivity per square meter per population is not as high as we'd like it to be, and it's still our biggest disparity to the EU average. So there's only two ways of going about this. One of that is that we reduce working spaces, and so we have less space for each person, or we improve productivity and we move to higher value products, and we move to more complex sectors and more complex products. And so it is in that search for bigger efficiency, for new developments, that this project also fits. So if we look at the North Innovation Ecosystem, one of its positively looked at numbers is that we have these 293 different non-business entities in the regional innovation ecosystem. Well, whereas we could say this is good, we have so many entities, this is in fact one of the difficulties, because we have so much disparity, we have so much distribution of resources that in many cases we often lack the large enough institutions to make a difference. Inesc Tec is not one of those cases. It is a case that has the size, that has the competencies agglomerated within one institution to be able to put together projects of this size, like Inesc Tec.Ocean, but this is still something we have to work with, and in fact it's something that we have to work with together with national institutions like FCT in order to create a balance between how many are the optimum number of research centers, of technological centers, where do we have equipment and big investments in infrastructure. All of that has to be readdressed because it has not been optimum over the last decade or so. However, you can see that there is a concentration next to where you would expect them, right? So we have a concentration near Porto, also in Braga, also in a little bit in Guimarães, and then we have Bragança there in the interior, also as a concentrated point, both because we have a polytechnic and we have a couple of large industries. However, the important aspect here, aside from the obvious imbalance of this that has to be addressed, is that if you overlap the wealth that is created by foreign sales, especially, over where we have these entities, you will see that it's a perfect match. So we are creating exports, we are creating value where we are developing knowledge, where we are training people. So that means that if we want the whole region to become more competitive, the whole region to become more productive, we need also to address this balance, to have more places where we are developing, where we are creating knowledge, where we are training people. So that is definitely a challenge. Some of our important sectors include, as you probably know, transportation, automotive sector, industrial equipment, manufacturing and tooling, also precision medicine and biotech, including pharmaceuticals, and we also have some recent very interesting developments in terms of aerospace, aeronautics, not to mention our natural products like olive oil, internationally renowned wine, and chestnuts. We also have one significant infrastructure in terms of Tec.Ocean, a supercomputer in Guimarães that is going to be even reinforced now with a link to the Barcelona Supercomputing Center in the form of the iFactory there. So it's going to improve our capabilities to address the needs, especially of startups and small industries that want to develop in AI. It's also important that when we talk about the territory that we know what is going on, and in the scope of sustainability, in the scope of clean energy, and I have to make a parenthesis because I do it in every intervention that I have. We are, as you all know, facing not only a climate crisis, but I would say a climate emergency. And so it is vital that we take steps towards addressing this. It is on our everyday concern. It is on every one of at least my plans and initiatives, and I think that we are still not doing enough or fast enough to address this. I don't want to sound alarmistic, but I feel that it's a responsibility to call attention to that. For example, you probably know that within the first 10 days of 2025, the 1% richest people already used all of the energy they should, all the resources that would be available for the entire year in 10 days. You probably know that this same small fraction of the population in 1.5 hours of every day spend as much resources as the average citizen in their entire lives, okay? And so it's not only an issue of climate crisis, it's not only an issue of energy, democracy, but it's also something to do with equality, something to do with our ethics and how we deal with our current society. So those are all challenges, and we could talk hours about this. Sorry, coming from an academic background, I have the tendency to try to push these buttons that I feel are important, should be touched. But I wanted to mention that you can see here a map that was made of the distribution of the gases, the emitting greenhouse effect gases for North. This was a study conducted together with SEIA, one of also our important institutes here in the North. And you can see here what is created from urban emissions. I'll go very briefly through this. If you add the emissions from agriculture, you would have a very different map. And if on top of that, you would add the forest fires, then you would have a completely different map again. And all of these, of course, they come together because all of these is CO2 emitted to the atmosphere. Now, if we by what we can sequester, okay, by forest biomass. You can see here that is obviously the positive side of the scale, and we can reduce that a little bit, and you can see there where we are, which are essentially the metropolitan areas, because forest fires are not in the metropolitan areas. But if we then look at the overall balance, the balance is this. So there are some regions that are metropolitan areas, but because they're not affected by forest fires, they end up disappearing in this map. And what this also tells us is that the emission balance, if we could just avoid the forest fires, would be like this. So we would be able to avoid about 9 million equivalent CO2 emitted to the air, okay, from a total of about 19 or so. So this is not half, but it's a significant amount. And of course, this led us to an analysis which is saying that in the north we have 3 homogeneous subregions for our goal of carbon neutrality. And this is a high greenhouse gas emission region with a low capability of carbon stock that we have to mitigate emissions on the coast and the big metropolitan cities. Then we have a low greenhouse gas emission territory, but has a high carbon stock capability where we have to protect stock, and that includes having good methods for combating, for example, forest fires. And of course, then we have the interior, more rural areas, some desertified areas where we have low emissions, but also low carbon stock capability. So there we have to improve our capability of sequestration. And so we have these 3 mapped out regions that are important in our plans for how we're going to address these aspects of sustainability. Now, you probably know that the Smart Specialization Strategy of North has 8 priority domains, and in the scope of renewable energies, in particular this project, I would just want to call your attention. This is a project that clearly touches 3 of the 8 priority domains. So sea resources and economy, that is the biggest flagship, let's say, of the project, but naturally it also is based on us being able to improve industry and advanced manufacturing systems, because a lot of technical aspects of the offshore energy wind production is still not completely solved, both in fixed and in floating platforms, but also our energetic transition and sustainable mobility domain is also very affected by this. So as I mentioned, right now the North produces a little bit over 50% of the renewable energy in Portugal, but about 2/3 of that comes from hydro dams. And then we have only about 1/4 of that that comes from wind energy, and this is onshore wind energy, as you know. And then we have a little bit coming from solar biomass, but this right now is still very, very small. There is this plan to finalize the 3 sets of dams from the hydroelectric Tâmega complex with Iberdrola. This is a big investment, and the 3rd dam is going to allow us to reach a total power of 1.2 gigawatts, so we call this a giga battery, and it's going to include a pumping system that allows us essentially energy storage without resorting to batteries. Also, within the scope of this project, we have this project that was developed near the side of Viana do Castelo by Windfloat, these 3 platforms that you can still see if you go to Viana and you look out to the sea. That does not create a disturbance. It is not visually pollutant. It's perfectly interesting, in fact, looking at that landscape. And there is the plan, the national plan, to have 5 of these, let's say, large-scale facilities. I'm sure that the open calls for investment in this for this will come pretty soon. And so the plan, summarizing, is that if in the beginning of this century we were very much based on onshore wind energy, then we moved over the last decade to the existing dams, and then the current decade is still very focused on solar, both the centralized and decentralized. And here I have to say solar is an aspect that is currently ongoing a major change. As you probably know, Italy, France, and I believe Germany have already banned simple, typical photovoltaic parks, so it's not possible to license them anymore, and now they're forcing that they exist only in the hybrid mode, so together with cultivation of the soils. So you need to have what is called agrivoltaic systems, or else you cannot get another license for producing photovoltaic energy. This is because food on the table, as our Minister of Agriculture says daily, is important. Is as important. You can eat at the light of candles, but you want something on your plate. So this is a very important aspect that has been sort of neglected over the last decade, and that is now shifting very significantly. And we have here several partners that are working in this, including IPVC, that has big bets on also developing things on this end. And then also, of course, the next decade we expect will have a big contribution to the energy mix by the offshore wind farms. And when I say energy mix, is of course because it will be a topic for 1 hour, but we cannot look at these things individually. For example, if you're creating a surplus of energy during the night from offshore wind, then you're going to have to some ways store that or convert that. The most common discussion nowadays is to convert that into green hydrogen onshore, and then you can use green hydrogen to power buses like the ones that we have in Porto by Salvador Caetano, so clean mobility based on renewable sources, but you have to plan the entire energy mix. Otherwise, you're going to have moments that you're creating surplus, other moments that you are in default, and then we'll still be buying in some way Russian gas through some whatever other country. And so if we really want to be on the positive side of changes in this area, we need to look at it holistically. Okay? And so, of course, this includes the plans to repower onshore wind. Right now, for example, we have many windmills in the north that are at most 1/4 of the possible efficiency if they were replaced with newer technology. For example, we could replace about 20 mills with about 4 or 3 and have the same amount of energy produced. Of course, these are slightly bigger windmills, but it will be possible. So let me just mention that within this, it's going to be naturally a very large expected investment. Just in Viana do Castelo, we expect to have about 2 gigawatts installed in this, with the aim of having these 5 floating wind farms that include 700 platforms for a total of about 15 megawatts for a significant national increase of installed capability for electric power. Now, the ecosystem in the North region includes several academia and research and technology organizations. I have to mention these. These are natural partners on our path towards making substantial change. But I also would like to call attention to the number of industrial companies, business companies that are working in the North. Just as an example, yesterday I was in Vestas. Vestas has 720 people doing development here in North. That is incredible. It is the north side of their development area. It's growing into one of their largest development teams. They have 3 worldwide, but it is growing significantly. And that is because we are capable of having really good technical skills combined with good environment that people like to work in. And so this Porto and the North in general has become places that attract talent, and that is the only reason why we have not had a huge drain of talent over the last few years. But I could talk about several of these other companies. They're all great examples of this. And so with that, it comes to the point of this intervention, which is the Regional Innovation Valleys. I don't know if you're familiar with this initiative, but it was something created within the scope of the NEA Flagship 3 program, the I3 instrument, which is a new instrument. It is very interesting, including the fact that they are promoting actively collaboration between different regions in Europe through initiatives that are targeted towards interregional development and partnerships between very, let's say, advanced innovators, the innovation lead regions, and emerging or moderate innovators like we are. And so in this agenda, initially they wanted to identify regions committed to direction their research and innovation investment investments and policies at the regional level, and North identified as our main challenge for the next few years the reduction of dependence on carbon fossil fuels. That was our main flagship. We, as mentioned, as you can see there, we are a moderate innovator, and we are interested in all 6 aspects, branches of regional innovation valleys, but with a focus on this. Of course, then in the middle of 2024, the Commission selected a total of 149 regions to receive the Regional Innovation Valley seal. We initially expected this to be a very small number of regions, and that would have investment to support this initiative, etc. It ended up with a completely different thing. However, it creates an interesting scope, because now we can identify other regions that are concerned with the same topics, that have the same interests, and we can work together. And that is the way to go, because we are not expecting that there will be funding available for this specific program. However, having the seal is always interesting, but it does create these questions. What international programs will exist for valleys? Will there be incentives for the regions that had the seal? Everything is still a little bit open. However, we do have this idea of creating, because of these partnerships, because of the concentration of companies that have the potential to develop, to create things in renewable energies, in sustainability, we believe that there is an opportunity to create a regional innovation valley, a consortium, a group of interest around this topic of the renewable energies from the sea. In particular, the offshore wind approach. Of course, if then the Regional Innovation Valley will be only on the offshore renewable energies, if it will have to have a slightly broader scale, we'll see. Things are still a little bit undefined, but clearly we know already that there is interest from other regions in working together in the scope of offshore renewable energies. And this teaming came up in a perfect time to support us putting together a consortium on this. So we have created sort of a group of interest, hoping that the Interreg programs work as a facilitator for this. We identified several regions from Spain, from the Netherlands, from Norway, from Ireland, UK, Brittany, that we believe are in tune, let's say, into working together under the scope of the regional innovation valleys. So we expect to create a consortium that will go after competitive funding on a EU scale to promote this regional innovation valley. And if it goes through, then it will be another anchor for the Inesc Tec.Ocean, because it will have a pathway, a direct pathway to new projects, to fostering bigger collaboration, because the teaming has specific rules, and so there is this international partner that works, let's say, as a mentor region, but for sure there's much to learn from other regions and common interests with other regions. So to promote that, we believe that it can be widened. And so I'm really happy to have this kickoff meeting today. It represents a mark. It represents, as our president said in the beginning of the morning, it is the second teaming project that we have in the north. And we believe that it's a teaming project on a particularly propitious area, something that we have been working on anyway, and this is fundamental towards our path to decarbonization, towards our path to sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention, and the best of wishes to Inesc Tec.Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully now we are able to proceed with the remote presentation from Karina Firkaviciuti, Project Advisor at the European Research Executive Agency, to present on European Commission perspective and articulation.
So let me try now. Is it a good sound? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, but I still cannot share my screen, so maybe you can run it for me. But if you can hear me, so I at least can repeat if it was not heard. My also congratulations to the coordinator, to the Inesc Tech, and to the entire consortium for winning this project, for winning this grant from the European Commission. It is a very good achievement, even if, as you say, Portugal has already some teamings and already another one in the region. So maybe I can share the screen now. Voila, now you can see it, I hope.
Yes.
Good, so joining my congratulations, and in doing that, I would like... and it is not moving, how come? Voila. I would like just to show you some statistics and to present again the competition. It is already the second stage of the teaming, of course. The first one was even bigger. There were more than 100 proposals to come to that 33 for the second stage, and only 13 out of the 33 were successful, out of which only one Portuguese proposal got through. And you can see there were more applicants than that. As you've heard already during the morning, and I'm very much happy to hear all that information and speeches from other participants and partners and the entire network. You wonderfully understand that this is a complex project. So it's not one single aspect that needs to be highlighted or implemented, but there are plenty. There are many partners. There are many interested sides. So I would like just to add another aspect or angle to that complexity that is important for the European Commission. It was briefly highlighted here and there, which is okay, but I just wanted to do it clear, especially clear now. But saying that it is a complex project, that colleagues were talking about that previously, it also means that, as one of the welcoming speeches highlighted, it means that the project opens a huge amount of opportunities. So in the project, and also starting with the kickoff, we are embracing all those opportunities that the project is giving us. Us meaning really us and the consortium. So I just wanted to highlight that the money, the funding from the European Commission is coming to this project not from a thematic part of the Horizon Europe, but of that horizontal part that is called transversal part of it, from widening participation and strengthening the European research area, meaning that not the thematic aspect is the most important here. But actually, it's about the building research and innovation capacity. It's about improving potential for successful participation in future competitive calls. It's also about promoting networking and access to excellence through the networking and all the rest, and also upgrading research and innovation systems. So these are the main requirements and main goals for the action. Why European Commission has this call, and why there are projects fulfilling these goals. So your project, the Inesc, is also one of them. So if we take teaming in particular, because there are many more widening calls in the program, so I just would like to underline once again that the project you are implementing and you start today, it is not 100% research project, but it is a coordination and support action project, which means that you only have 10% of the entire budget for that project from the European Commission grant, of course, that you can dedicate for actual research. And all the rest of funding goes to something that is directed and improving the research and innovation capacities, that is also encouraging reforms and changes. And here you can see it in shorter and closer terms or broader within the institution, within a region, or within a country. Also, it is dedicated to expanding through that what you do, to expanding transnational collaboration scale, and also making your national, regional first, but of course national as well, the research and innovation system stronger in principle and having an impact on your country and region. There were already several presentations talking about economic and all other kinds of impacts here. So this is really important. And what's much more important, that this is at the forefront of the project. So it's not only that it's written in the work program that you know well, but it's also that we as the European Commission and European Research Agency side will be looking for in the results and in the reports that you would be providing. So these are the main goals and the main expected results that we would like to see. It is absolutely clear for me that you perfectly understand this and you are committed to do that. So I'm just very happy to see it and looking forward to really see it implemented. So if we go a little bit deeper into what does it mean, so, of course, we understand that one single center of excellence, and you are not building a new one, but you are reforming or updating an existing one. You cannot, of course, transform or change immediately the entire research and innovation system. However, as an example, you can trigger those changes. You can trigger specific models, exercises for modernizations for any changes that you would see as needed. As for example, you can attract, and you do, most talented PhD students or any other kind of researchers for working because the working conditions in your center and career perspectives are good, and you give an example that this is possible to do. And you have installed good and motivating management practices, also as a good example. But while implementing all the actions planned and pursuing your also research project, we also see from other teaming projects that it is possible. So we would expect this from your project as well, that you can actually influence even the national legislation or any other kind of model within the national system that you would see can work better for you or for researchers in principle. So you have that power to make and to trigger those changes. So this is a huge perspective for you, potential. You can have a look and see what is possible to do. But this is also an expectation from the project. And also, so the ecosystem that you have, that you're functioning within, and also all the partners are absolutely aware about that. So you create the outreach to that ecosystem, and you think about the sustainability of your center in this way, of that particular trend for research or for development of your existing center. Of course, the involvement of businesses is absolutely important, but also all the societal actors that you can, or end users that you can engage with your project would be absolutely of a big value added. And we would also be looking for, if you can, or if you valorize your results towards new products and services. And of course, you would also do this outreach or any other kind of impact that you would see needed using many of existent and new dissemination and exploitation instruments. I will be talking about one in a moment, but this is also a very important strand of your work. So it is really important to underline that, but especially from the perspective of the European Commission and the European agency that is monitoring the process, that your center and the main coordinating institution, so that you would have the full autonomy in the decision making for the work you do. Otherwise, you would not be just able to do the work. That you would have a smooth delivery and use of the complementary funding. It is really a very, very important part of the project. Even you can think it's just the money, but it is not only the money, but it's all possible synergies that come together. So it's really very, very important for you to have it, not only on paper, but in reality, so that you can use it and profit from that. And it is also very much important for you to think about that exactly sustainability of your ideas for the term after the grant, because there is no next grant exactly the same one that would come to support the same work you do now. But of course, you use during the work the partnership that you are installing now, especially with Sintef, but also other Portuguese partners, that it stays strong and all the partners stay engaged, actively engaged throughout the implementation process for the better of the project, but not just the project, but those concrete results and concrete goals that you have in front of you. And of course, as mentioned already, so dissemination and exploitation is really also an important element in your project. So all these key success factors, of course, are adding a little bit more complexity to the project, but nothing to do. This is a type of project that you are entering in as of today, let's say. So just to very briefly to explain what are the main players here. So the main political authority in general for the program, but especially also for the widening work program, is the Directorate General for Research and Innovation that is defining policies and drafting the work program. We don't have any representatives of them at the moment today, but they are always behind us. There is a Research Executive Agency, or REA shortly. I am representing the agency today. So we are monitoring the grant management and the implementation of projects that you do. And we are really very closely collaborating with the DG, Research and Innovation. And the third very important player is the coordinator of the project. So it is a central contact point for us, for REA, as I'm the central contact point for the project, for the coordinator. So it's the vice versa. And the coordinator also represents the consortium, the entire consortium towards REA and the Commission. So those actors, they have each of them very clear roles. However, the coordination and the working together here is important. It is really all the three parts are working together, and it is all for the better of the project and for you for getting better results. So just to reiterate that all those key elements that I was mentioning before, also the HR dimension, so how the recruitment is going, whether all is going according to the rules, etc., but also this self-sustainability of the entity and of your project after the grant. All these key elements are being scrutinized at every review, and you will have them every 18 months. So there are two types of the reporting for the project. There is one called continuous reporting that is open already and is running. This is for your deliverables to be submitted, to all kind of progress, achieving milestones, and all the rest that is mentioned here to be submitted. So it remains open throughout the entire time of the project. And there is another type of reporting, or so-called reporting, periodic reporting. So those reviews are held at each of the reporting periods, and it's about a precise presentation, both technically, meaning content-wise, and financially, meaning for the expenditure of the grant, about the achievements. So what has been done, what the deliverables, milestones have been achieved, how they were achieved, whether the resources are used properly, etc. So here is the main coordinator participating and work packages leaders. And so, of course, Ray is following and taking these reports, but also mostly what is happening that we can be, and we usually are assisted also by external reviewers and monitors assessing the report content-wise as well. So these normally are people, specialists in those fields that projects are working on. And here is just a little bit of the information about a new instrument, let's say, the Wider Advanced Facility that is not yet launched. It will be just launched in June. It has its kickoff these days also together with you. So properly it will start functioning only about June this year. So when it will work already, I will share the information with you, but it's about the dissemination and exploitation of results. So it's kind of a booster for the projects or for organizations to effectively disseminate, exploit results to reach wider audiences, to elevate contribution at various levels, etc. Of course, it is only if the organization or project wishes to. So you would need to apply for that facility and see how you can profit from it. So it's a complicated graph, but you will have the slide so you can read about that more carefully. But the point here is that the Wider Advanced Facility is providing one-to-one guidance and tailored services. What is important is a tailored service to particularly your organization or your project, about standardization, intellectual property, go-to-market strategies, about pitching opportunities, etc. So they would also be organizing events, study visits. So this is all will be to your advantage. So they would provide you what? They would provide you an individual plan, a tailored strategy, also kind of follow-up for funding guidance, staff training on dissemination and exploitation, connections with key stakeholders about industry and investors, promotion of achievements. Of course, once again, only if you need it. So you would need to apply. Where to apply? Not yet open, but it will be in the middle of next year. So just for you to know that there will be facility helping you. Nevertheless, you anyway need to also, without that facility, you need to spread news about your project and achievements according to the plan that we have signed in the grant agreement. So this is really also very, very important part of the project. This is also important so that with the engagement of society, because as once again, this is not purely research project. So it is important that your stakeholders, that the broader audience can see what you do, not only for the actual research, but also for other possible activities, how this partnership is developing, etc. It's very, very particular to each of the projects, but this side of it is really very, very important. And once again, absolutely closely monitored by anyone responsible for that. So, and just to terminate, there are some tips for the implementation of the project. The most important one is that please don't keep the information for yourself, especially if there is any problem or challenge. And please keep me as your project officer informed so we can look for a solution and see how to best go about that. But this can be done only if you share the information. And once again, I'm here not, and the entire agency is not here to punish you, but it's to work together and to help solving issues, problems if they come along. And anyway, even if you are in a doubt, you ask questions. So really don't hide it. And any question, it will not make your project weaker or anything like that. We also ask you to include an executive summary at the beginning of all deliverables and reports so that we are clear what are we talking about. You would also need to keep it all concise, to the point, to not duplicate the information. So if once it already provided, so you don't need to repeat, or if it's a broad information that you put it into the annex. And also, of course, as the project is running for quite a long time and you have really a lot of work to do, it is normal that there are issues not 100% corresponding to what was planned. So any of those deviations needs to be explained and justified, and it depends on what kind of deviation it is. Either there might be an amendment needed or just a simple understanding and permission. However, it needs to be clarified, not hidden, explained, and then agreed. So also we would expect you to prepare to every review properly with full information, written and oral. So it depends on how the situation goes. The review can happen online or can happen on site. It depends on the very particular timing and the project advancement. So also, once again, a consortium agreement is required. I think you have it already, but it's also consortium responsibility. We do not intervene with that. However, we need to see that all the partners are taking their parts of work seriously. So that was it from me, very, very briefly here. Thank you very much for very nicely organized event, and I would like to wish you also very informative and fruitful discussions these days now when you are at the kickoff. Sorry, I cannot be there with you, even if there would be questions, so I'm not in a position now, we don't have time to reply to them, but as the coordinator knows, you can always send an email and ask those questions, raise them if you have. But I also would like to wish you the smooth implementation of the project, so that all the goals and all that complex issues would be covered as much as you wish to and as much as you can do, so that you progress, your organization progress, and you achieve also those nice big goals for the advantage of everyone. Thank you very much. I can stop sharing now.
Thank you very much. We will now have a pause for lunch. Thank you once again. Please, can I have your attention? Now we'll have a pause for lunch. You can please follow Miss Bettina over there. She will lead you to the lunchroom. If you have any problems, you can always consult a map available on the QR code on your badges, and we'll resume at 2:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to this next set of sessions. The first panel of this afternoon will address offshore renewable energy, present and future challenges, and will have the contributions of Carla Tavares, Head of Renewables and Commercial Innovation Center at GALP, Adrian Griffiths, Chief Operating Officer at Gazelle Wind Power, Daniel Santa Cruz, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Director at Ocean Winds, Manuel Matos Fernandes, Deputy Director of Planning and Grid Connections at REN, and André dos Santos, Head of Technical Design Engineering at REN. The panel will be moderated by Maxine Thies, Research Manager in Ships and Ocean Structures at Tec.Ocean. But before, we ask Professor João Peças Lopes, Coordinator of the Tech for Energy Initiative at Inesc Tech, to share a few words regarding this panel's discussion.
So, good afternoon to all of you. Can I start? Okay, good. So I'm supposed just to deliver a short introduction of the offshore renewable energy present and future challenges, namely oriented for the Portuguese case. And so I would like just to make a short introduction touching most of those points that are on the slide. So, in fact, for Portugal, up to 2040, we are expected to connect 10 gigawatt of offshore wind generation along the coast, with a density of 3-4 megawatt per square kilometer, using depths of between 75 to 90 meters. You can see on that map on the left side the location, the initial location, I should say, because Mrs. Secretary of State of the Sea just told me that very recently there was a plan, the PAER was changed in the Council of Ministers on the 19th of January, and so there are some adjustments on the location of those offshore windmills that I'm just presenting you on this map. For instance, in Viana do Castelo, the initial 2 gigawatt have been reduced to 0.8 gigawatt, about that. Please correct me, Mrs. Secretary of State, if I'm wrong. The area Matosinhos has increased a little bit more, and is now, the new site is about 35 kilometers far from shore. So another important aspect is that the wind parks foreseen for Ericeira, Sintra, Cascais, they disappeared because they were very short, a small amount of area that was allocated for these wind parks, and so the feasibility, the economic feasibility of the solution was not good enough. But anyway, we aim at about 10 gigawatt for a time horizon of the 2040, and we foresee also to connect 2 gigawatt by 2030. Most of the technological advancements driving the offshore energy transition, these are things that need to be properly addressed. How can they be accelerated? Since, as you can understand from the depths that we are considering, 75 to 90 meters, we are using here floating solutions, so it will be offshore floating platforms, which is completely different from what happens in the North Sea, for instance, where the solutions are bottom fixed solutions. So we need also to look carefully to the development of this offshore renewable energy should be aligned with the environmental and marine conservation goals. This is a concern, obviously, for all the developments that we are addressing. As I said before, very important is to understand that we are dealing with floating offshore solutions, which has a tremendous implication in the old architecture, especially the electrical layout and the solution related with the connection of the offshore wind farms to shore. For instance, one of the critical issues to address is what type of substation are we going to use, because we need to pass from the 66 kV that will be the network inside the wind park, and we need to pass it to use transformers to pass from 66 kV to more near to transmission voltage levels in shore. So, and for that we need substations. Are these substations going to be floating substations or bottom fixed ones? Of course, that the present technological development shows that only bottom fixed solutions are available. There are already some pilots in Japan, in China, and also, I suppose, in the US that are being tested for small floating substations, pilot systems. But anyway, this is a very important issue to address, because it has a tremendous impact in the amount of losses, because the solutions that are being considered in some of the cases for the connection of these offshore wind farms to shore along the Portuguese coast are such that we extend the 66 kV cable network to very near to shore, and then the solution is to develop a bottom fixed substation, and for those cases this has costs, and this has economic and technical impacts, as I'm saying. So another important aspect is to say that we need to also to decide about the voltage level of the network that connects the substation to shore, to the 400 kV network of the transmission grid in shore. And so are we going to use 220 kV cables, 275 kV cables, 400 kV cables? I must say that the present solutions, the state-of-the-art, points to 220, 275 kV cables, which means that it is required to have a substation that makes the adaptation from the 275 kV to 400 kV, which is the voltage level at the transmission system. Also, very important is the identification of the main axis of the transmission grid on shore, so grid reinforcements. In Portugal, as I'm showing you in this slide, we have a specificity that is very much related to the fact that a lot of this renewable energy is supposed to feed industrial loads, new industrial loads in the area of Sines. So it means that since the consumption in Sines is supposed to increase largely, it means that we will have a lot of power flows going from north to south. And so it means that most of this wind energy, offshore wind energy that is going to be produced is going to flow from north to south, which means that we need to look carefully to the grid reinforcements onshore. And we have developed some studies for APREN. APREN is the Portuguese Association for Renewable Energies. And we have concluded that in this scenario, and up to 2040, it is necessary to reinforce the transmission grid, and the axes of reinforcement are shown in the slide, in the picture of the right-hand side, where you can see that especially from Lavos to Sines, Lavos is more or less near Figueira da Foz, in the middle of the country. So from Lavos to Sines, it's very important to reinforce the grid, and also some reinforcements in the south of Portugal, in Alentejo. By the way, the reinforcements we have identified, they coincide with the previous study that REN, the Portuguese TSO, has developed. So we fully agree with the main reinforcements that are foreseen. And so it makes also sense to evaluate the value of a HVDC, so high voltage DC current, north-south connection, to leverage the big offshore projects. So this was something that we did in this study for APREN. So we have evaluated comparatively the solutions of using HVAC or HVDC to connect those wind farms to shore, and also develop the transmission grid infrastructure in HVDC to Sines, so as it is described in this map. Also very important is to think about to what extent can offshore energy support the development and growth of green hydrogen. And this is something that is quite controversial, because if this green hydrogen is in fact are the projects that are going to use this green energy from the offshore wind parks, then there are alternative approaches that need to be studied, like, for instance, to use the electrolyzer located off-grid and offshore, and then just using pipelines, bring the hydrogen to shore, or to develop the network to connect from the offshore windmills to shore, and then when arriving to shore, locate the electrolyzers and avoid the reinforcements in the transmission grid infrastructure. So, in fact, this is something that is controversial, needs to be further assessed, further studied and discussed. And so these are the main issues that I would like to bring to your attention in order to start the discussion of this panel. As I said, the most important change that needs to be taken into account are the areas that have been previously defined for the offshore windmills and that are now a little bit different. But anyway, we keep the same ambition. That's the important thing. And as far as Mrs. Secretary of State told me, the targets are still the same, and the tender is supposed to take place in 2025. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is this working? Okay. Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Carla Tavares. I'm head of Renewables and Commercial Innovation Center at GALP. GALP, for those that are not acquainted, is the oil and gas Portuguese company. But Tec.Ocean, it means a lot to us. It's not only because we do a lot of offshore activities extracting oil and gas, but because our clients, the ship owners, they use fuels to move cargo from one side to another. So decarbonizing the ocean activities is also on top of our agenda and is something that we are dedicating a lot of time. So what we do, very quickly, we have the upstream activity, it's oil and natural gas exploration. The midstream and industrial activities is refining the oil and gases that we extract. The commercial business is related with the petrol stations that we have spread around Iberia and Africa, and also the gas and power activities, the decentralized solar and electric mobility, and more recently created the renewables and new business activities. We have 1.6 gigawatts of solar capacity installed in Iberia. Our presence is global. As you can see, the upstream is mostly located in Brazil and Africa, of course, with the commercial operations and industrial focused in Iberia Peninsula. On innovation, because the decarbonization of not only of the maritime transportation, but all the decarbonization and the energy transition that we are addressing at GALP is being done mostly by the innovation team that is dedicating a lot of efforts. We are a team of 35 people located in Iberia and Brazil. And as I said, our mission is to boost the energy transition within GALP. We have two innovation centers that mirror the structure of the company. One innovation center for upstream and industrial operations, and another innovation center delivering innovation for renewables and commercial activities. And the team responsible for bringing the ecosystem together with R&D companies and universities is our GALP Upcoming Energies, and the Brazil R&D and innovation team that is also managing the INP clause in Brazil. For those that don't know, it's mandatory to invest 1% of the revenues of the profit of the company in innovation projects. This is Sines. Sines was already mentioned here, is a very strategic location for us, is where we have our refining activities. And just as an example of two large projects that we are implementing as we speak, one is the Advanced Biofuels Unit that will be ready to operate in 2026, and it will be able to produce 270,000 tons per year of renewable biofuels on that location. Another one is the Green Hydrogen Project. Is a 100 megawatt electrolysis capacity. It will be the second largest in Europe to be operating. So this totals 650 million euros of capex invested in those two large projects. So we can see here in the gray area the refinery of GALP, and the ambition of the project for this site is quite huge, as you can see, with the orange boxes representing the projects that I mentioned, the HVO and the green hydrogen projects that are already ongoing, and the blue boxes representing the projects that are being addressed. The innovation roadmap for decarbonizing the maritime fuels is huge, as you can see. We screened hundreds of technological routes for this. We selected 21 to study and doing a deep analysis of those. But it is focused on 3 pillars: the technological pillar, the market pillar, and the regulation pillar. What we can address more at GALP and where we are dedicating our efforts is obviously in the technological pillar of the decarbonization, is the one that we control the most. But apart from that, we need to understand what is going to be the market demand from our clients, what's going to be the position of the regulation, and for now there is ambition to decarbonize, not clear yet. We have regulation for European Union, we have regulation that is international. Our clients, the ship owners, they operate globally, not only in European waters, so there is a lot of doubts, there are a lot of uncertainties that are creating less ambitious goals for the decarbonization of the maritime fuels. But we can say that this is a market-driven regulation. There are a lot of stakeholders involved in this. Back to the technological routes. As I said, we screened hundreds of them. We selected 21 routes that we studied with our engineering team from GALP and in partnership with several R&D companies as well. And we selected 3 routes that we think that are the most promising for the decarbonization of the maritime sector. It's the fischer-tropsch, the methanol, and the ethanol. And each one of them has 2 pathways to decarbonize. One is the biomass route, and the other one is the e-fuel route. To finalize, I'm showing here some of the projects where we are involved, most of them in Brazil, obviously, with the fischer-tropsch, the first 2 ones, the bioalgae and the hydromix. As you can see, none of those projects is possible to be done by ourselves. It's only possible together with the ecosystem, together with universities, together with European funding. And this is the message that I have for the decarbonization of the maritime fuels, is that it's very important to engage with all the stakeholders, namely the ship owners, the feedstock partners that are bringing us feedstock for the synthetic fuels, all the funding, all the INP clause partners that we are engaging in Brazil as well. And that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Then we can continue with the next company presentation, and after a company presentation, then we will start the panel discussions. So, Adrian from Gazelle Wind Power.
Thank you very much. It's very good to be here with you all today. When you think about renewable electricity, the first thing to be said is how much we need. I'm just lifting this from a Portuguese perspective at the moment to a global perspective. And this is against the background of 2024 actually being the hottest year on record. First year to go beyond the 1.5 degrees Paris Climate Accord. And it's the hottest year that we've known in our oceans since we've been bothered to measure them. And not only was it the hottest, but it was the biggest jump in temperature that we have ever recorded. And every single month was a record on the year before. And so there can be no doubt that carbon is changing our environment, and very, very fast. For me, it's rather scary. And so it's absolute imperative that we decarbonize, and we decarbonize with aggression, with speed, with haste. So DNV actually put together this graph here, which is, I find, quite insightful, because as we decarbonize, we're looking to decarbonize transportation by moving to renewables. We look to decarbonize heating and cooling by moving to heat pumps and renewables. I used to work in the plastics sector. We're looking to decarbonize making plastics by moving to renewables. Even recycling, we want to use renewables. And I remember once asking myself the question, is it even conceivable that renewable electricity could actually keep up with all of this demand to use renewables to decarbonize? And you can see from this graph, the scale of this is actually enormous. So last year, I believe it was about 29.6 petawatt hours of electricity used in the world. But about 80% of that came from fossil materials, which is choking the planet. And so we have to displace 80% of the current electricity generation, and then we have to double it by 2050. So you get into 60 petawatt hours. And so that is an absolutely gargantuan task, but it is one that I think that we can do, and it's one that we have to do. The reason I got involved in floating offshore wind was this particular piece of analysis done by the International Energy Agency. And I'm not quite sure where they picked on 2040, not 2050, which is where everybody else is, but bear in mind that by 2040, 50 petawatt hours is a lot of power generation. And they said that the single technology of floating offshore wind could supply that global demand 11 times over. And that is what gives me hope. The sheer scale of the opportunity that there is in floating offshore wind. You know, and this is not nuclear fusion. I oftentimes say this. You know, this doesn't involve all of the physics. This doesn't mean that we have to invent a new science. This is a question of sticking wind turbines onto floating platforms. This can be done. You can stick any wind turbine onto any oil platform right now and it's going to work. But it's just going to be really, really expensive. So the challenge is not can it be done, the challenge is can it be done cost effectively? And that's the focus of our company, Gazelle Wind Power. There you go, it is working. And that is the levelized cost of energy. And when you look at this, if you want to get the levelized cost of energy to a point where floating offshore wind is comparable with fixed bottom offshore wind, and we think that that's achievable, and that's achievable in the near term, then you have to address three things. First thing you have to address is CapEx. And so we've come up with a design which is inherently smaller and lighter, and therefore takes less resources and therefore less cost. And that's a good starting point. We've thought very hard about how you manufacture this and think we can get 75 to 80% of the fabrication done by automation. So very much like you would build an aircraft or you build a plane. This isn't, we shouldn't be thinking about trying to actually bring lots of steel to the harbour side and stick up scaffolding and bring in busloads of welders. It's ridiculous. You're never ever going to do it like that. You need dedicated factories that are making these things on panel lines. And when you do that, you can get the CapEx a long way down. But actually, we've got to think about the OpEx too. I'm fascinated by the charge at the moment, and I love the fact that there are already floating offshore wind farms. But how do you maintain them? When they are in 100 meters of water, 500 meters of water, we're working on one project in 1,100 meters of water. You're not going to bring a jack-up in and conveniently change out any major components. And so it's absolutely essential that you can actually unhook these turbines very quickly, tow them easily back into port, and that ports actually have the facilities to do the maintenance. That's not just for the construction, but for the life of the farm. And the life of the farm is not 30 years. You don't build a power station and then knock it down after 30 years. You keep refitting. You keep refitting. And so I want us to think, talking to the folks at APDL, I mean, the ports, the opportunity for the ports is to actually build facilities where these wind farms can, every year, 10% of the fleet just come back in and they get maintained. And if you do that, you increase your generation time. You know, floating offshore wind, the wonderful thing about it is the capacity factors can be up as far as 60, maybe even 70%. which means that your intermittency in your renewables is massively reduced. But then if you actually make sure you do the maintenance right, you can get to an LCOE which surpasses fixed bottom offshore wind. That is the challenge for, that's the key challenge for renewables, and that's one that we think that we can fix. Of course, if you're going to fix that, then you're not going to do it in the same way as the oil and gas guys have done, and using platforms which actually are legacies from oil and gas, and just evolutions of those. You want to do things in a way which is completely different, and you can see from the platform it looks quite different. But I'm not going to be able to go into that right now. But we're delighted to be here in Portugal, and for those of you that don't know Gazelle, we have only one office in the world, and that's in Viana do Castelo, and we're very pleased to be there, and that's where we're building the team, and so we're absolutely thrilled to be part of the Inesc Tec.Ocean initiative, because it's absolutely imperative that we are actually building the ecosphere that sits around these massive initiatives. So the initiative of actually getting floating offshore wind, generating significant amounts of the Portuguese energy is a massive task. But actually it's initiatives like the Inesc Tec.Ocean and the development of the science, the development of the engineering, the development of the people, the skills that are required that will actually make this become a reality. So we were thrilled to be in Viana, and we're looking to put a 2-megawatt pilot in the water in Agasadura, following on the heels of pioneers like Principal Power and mating up with our friends at Core Power to actually see that you can actually combine wave and wind. And actually, there's a great way of actually breaking or minimizing the intermittency of renewables. And so I'm sure I've said enough, and so I'll leave it to that. We're looking forward to the Q&A in a little moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. So, and the next speaker now is Daniel from Ocean Winds.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Daniel Santa Cruz. I'm the Director for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Ocean Winds. For those that may not know what Ocean Winds, I brought this short presentation about who we are and what we do in terms of innovation. So, Ocean Winds is a joint venture company formed 50% owned by EDP Renewables and 50% owned by Engie, the French utility. We are a pure offshore wind player, so we are the vehicle where both EDPR and Engie focuses all their investments when it comes to offshore wind, and we have a gross capacity pipeline of almost 19 gigawatts across the globe. We are what is typically called an offshore wind developer, and that means that we look at the sites, develop the permits, obtain the permits of the site, finance a project, then build that project or make that project build, and then we operate that project, that offshore wind farm, for 25 to 35 years typically. Global footprint, we are in the key markets around the globe for offshore wind. We have many different projects in development in several different countries, and we have projects in operation already. We have Windfloat Atlantic project, it's a few kilometers from here, already operating in Viana do Castelo. We have CMATE project in Belgium, half a gigawatt, and we also have in operation Moray East project in the United Kingdom. Aside from that, we are also in these days building 3 new projects. One is Moray West in the UK, just next to Moray East. This is going to be almost 900 megawatts. All monopiles have been installed already. And we have as well in France, Trecpo and Noirmoutier projects, which add a capacity of 1 gigawatt. These are under construction. And of course, advanced development, we have projects in Korea, in South Korea, floating projects. We have an early development in Australia. We have 3 projects in the United States and more in France to come. And we would like to expand our footprint by cautiously looking at new opportunities that may arise in the coming years in different countries across the globe. Okay, so we're looking at Japan, South Korea, keeping our footprint in Australia, France, etc., etc., and of course Portugal and Spain. Just a glimpse of our projects in operation. They add up a capacity of almost 1.5 gigawatts. And as I said before, three different countries, one floating, the other two are bottom fixed wind farms. So, innovation at Ocean Winds is one of the key pillars of our growth, of our business. We try to embed innovation in almost everything that we do. Innovation is not only about technology, I must say, it's about building things for customer needs, in essence. So, few key principles of innovation that we have in Ocean Winds. First one, again, we embed innovation in almost everything that we do, not only about technology, although technology is a very important part. We follow the principles of open innovation. And open innovation, it's a fancy term to just say that we acknowledge that we cannot solve all of our problems by ourselves. We need more people, we need external people, we need external help, other minds. So we open up our challenges, we open up our problems and our opportunities for others to come and collaborate and give us their brain power as well as we give them our brain power. So we firmly believe in open innovation. The third principle is we are really committed to be pioneers in developing the latest technology and implementing the latest technology in what comes to the offshore wind industry. And that's how we operate, and we believe this is going to help us achieve our goals of decarbonizing faster and reducing the cost of energy faster. But for that, as I was saying, with open innovation principle, we have to lean on other people. We have to lean on the existing innovation ecosystems out there, or if there is not an innovation ecosystem, we have to help create that ecosystem. So that's why we are engaged in initiatives like this one today with Inesc and Sintef and the other partners of the initiative, because we firmly believe that it's only at ecosystem level where things can happen. No one can do this alone. This is so huge, we cannot do it alone. Okay? The ecosystems are composed of startups, universities, research centers, etc., etc., and the rest of the supply chain, to be honest, because we also innovate with our suppliers. And lastly, we think that there is still a lot of room for innovation in offshore wind. Although some of us are very experienced here in offshore wind industry, it's not that old, this industry. It's relatively young, and there's millions of things to be done. Gazelle was just presenting today with innovation. So we believe we are in the sweet spot of an industry that needs innovation and that has the players and has the attitude towards that innovation. We are a team of 4 people in Ocean Winds that deal with innovation, but we typically manage a portfolio of 60 to 70 projects any single day. So, of course, we have projects that finish over the year, and we have new projects coming during that same year. But just so that you have an idea of the magnitude of our initiatives. And I brought 3 real examples here so that you can understand more tangibly what we mean by projects and innovation. The 3 of them, by the way, are being done or were done in the Windfloat Atlantic wind farm. The first one is the example of the Atlantis project. This was an European-funded project that, whose goal was to accelerate the deployment of certain technologies that would be useful for offshore wind, especially for operations, maintenance, and inspection, basically robotics. This project built a small test site. It was a small buoy in the sheltered waters of Viana do Castelo, and brought many different robotic solutions from many different suppliers to be tested in that buoy. Now, for those solutions that were very promising and that overcame some KPIs that we imposed, then those technologies were sent to our WindFloat Atlantic project to be tested in real conditions, in real life, with a real wind farm. Okay, so in these experiments, we tested several different kinds of robotics, and this project, by the way, ended last year, and it was, in my opinion, a very successful project. By the way, we tested here some Inesc technologies in terms of drones and autonomous vessels, along with other technologies. The next one is the AeroSAP project, which kicked off here in this same place, I think a couple of weeks ago. This is, I would say, the continuation of the Atlantis project. This is a project that is going to test more robotics, more intelligent robotics in true conditions, in true wind farms, in true offshore wind farms. And well, this is another European funded project that is where Inesc is also involved, and many other players, as I said, as a testament of what we believe innovation should be, i.e. collaboration with the key stakeholders of the industry. And finally, another project that we are now undergoing is what we call the Selim pilot project. This is, again, in WindFloat Atlantic. This is a project where we are testing a software or a solution with artificial intelligence developed by a UK startup called Selim. This startup is on a mission to avoid people dying in the sea because they fall off vessels or during operations and they might easily die in the sea. So these people developed an AI algorithm that is capable of detecting objects and people in distress in the sea, and they can ring alarms, etc., with artificial intelligence and with more capabilities of view than human beings. They can see across fog, they can see across different harsher conditions. So what we are piloting here in WindFloat Atlantic is their capacity to actually spot these people in the sea, spot persons, spot objects, vessels in the sea, in this case in the proximities of our wind farm. So we are helping them train their algorithm so that it gets better and better, and it can be deployed commercially, not in short term from now. On the other hand, they are helping us because they are showing us how this is done, and they're also adding a layer of security to our wind farm, because this can be seen through the lens of safety of people, but also security of operations, because you end up being vigilant of what's going on around your wind farm, and you have some agent detecting it for you. So this was the last example, and with this, I am finishing my presentation. Thank you very much. I'll be delighted to speak on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And then our last presenter is Matus from Rennes.
Good afternoon. First, thank you very much for inviting Rennes to be present in this panel. And we will give an overview of renewable integrations in the grid and the main challenges. First, we would start with challenges in onshore and then offshore, and make the situation in onshore. First, just to remember that Rennes has the role of the transmission, it's responsible for the transmission of electricity and natural gas, now gas only, including renewables, in Portugal, and also has the system operation of electricity and gas, and also the storage of natural gas and a distribution company of natural gas. Just to point out that where we start in the left side, we have the installed capacity of generation in Portugal in 2022, about 20 gigawatt on different technologies, no longer coal. And we have on the black line the present peak load, more or less 9 gigawatt. And what are the challenges that it's not more draft, NEC, it's NEC. What is the challenge that the National Plan on Energy and Climate brings? To start in 2023 with those installed capacity on different technologies, 5.3 on wind, 2.6 on solar, and to go to 2030 to 12.5 on onshore wind, 12.4, 2 of them on offshore wind. And see, from 2.6 on solar to 20.4 on solar in 2030. 5.5 on roof or distributed on rooftop solar, which means brings the installed capacity from 20.5 to 47 megawatts in 7 years. First challenge. First challenge, how to improve or how to develop reception capacity, how to develop the transmission grid to incorporate this generation. Okay? First, in 2019, a new law was published and created 3 ways of asking for the access to the grid for new generation projects. General access, bilateral agreements, and auctions. Okay? The general access is to ask for connection with existing capacity. Well, in June 2019, this opened. In 2 months, the existing capacity was exhausted. The other was auctions, either under the existing capacity or to capacity to be created. And the very big new that it is very important because it allowed, from our point of view, to speed up. It was one of the ways to speed up the energy transition and to speed up the necessary investments in the grid was the bilateral agreements, which means that by making agreements directly with promoters, between the operator and the promoter, the promoter pays the necessary reinforcements, and we develop the network under an agreement. This allows to speed up very much the creation of reception capacity. And the situation is this one that you can see: general access, auctions, and finally, at the moment we have 32 agreements for 7 gigawatt signed, and a list of more 78 or more, of 78, with a total of 70 gigavolt ampere to be reinforced. Together with the distribution grid, we already reserved 70 gigavolt ampere for solar, which means that we are almost in permissions near the NEC goals. Next, a brief overview. Second challenge, keep security of the grid. And that was basically taken care by the European Commission and helped by the Association of RANs in Europe, the NTOE. They developed a grid code that with a new compliance procedure, and that grid code establishes very clear new requirements for all the generators, and they only can be connected to the grid when they prove they apply those requirements. And this includes offshore, and the requirements are more and more exigent with the amount of power. Third challenge, challenge for system management. Well, the most known challenge, because it's the less technical one maybe, is the variability of energy sources. And so the system manager has to lead with this. And so it's very important to face this variability, to develop and to keep developing reversible hydro, interconnections and storage, demand flexibility, and more the observation, the control and digitalization. Next, or a permanent challenge is the fast deployment and resilience of network infrastructure, so licensing and external environmental factors. And now what we are feeling is that the observation of the generation compliance with technical requirements has to be along the time. It's not only necessary to be proved in the moment of connection, has to be proved along the time. This is very important. And frequency control, just to say that through basically the component of inertia. Inertia is reducing with renewables. And we are leading a working group that is finishing its work at the European level inside NTOE, and we are making conclusions and to be implemented in the several countries. Finally, offshore wind. We won't say much more of what Professor Pesselov has said, but just to point out, well, this is not updated. This is maps included in the report of a working group that has been supporting the government in May 2023. On the left side are the selected areas at the time and the power for the 10 gigawatt goal. Okay? And at the time, what the working group proposed was to go step by step, and the proposal was to make an auction, and first with Viana do Castelo, Leixões and Figueira da Foz, with divided in smaller slots to start. Challenges in Portugal we can discuss later in the panel. They are very aligned with Professor Pesselov's presentation. Seawater depth, technology to adopt AC or DC, operation of the grid, and another one, it's that the suppliers chain and the suppliers saturation, which tends to leave the equipments with a high delay. That's what we wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your presentations. We will proceed now for the panel discussion that should terminate by 4 p.m., please. Thank you very much.
Good. The goal of this discussion afterwards is to let the audience get a little better understanding of the market, of the renewable energy market, also get some insights about what you guys know and what maybe the audience doesn't know, and also to get inspired. So we will try to address 4 main topics: the current status, try to address also regulation, technology, and then the future outlook. I'm very sorry. Yes. Yes. Don't remember that the more you share, the more interesting it is for the audience. So just go ahead, and we will keep some time at the end of the panel discussion for some questions. So thank you for being here today. I'm very happy to have such a nice panel covering a wide spectrum of the market with people representing energy companies, wind design developers, offshore wind floating wind designers, offshore wind developers, and then also the electricity grid network. So this is going to be nice. And one clarification before we start. The topic is offshore renewable energy, but our intention is to address the topic in a bit more wide, broader sense to adapt it to the panel that we have. And so the discussion will therefore also include the topic of decarbonization of the maritime transport. Yes? Ready? Let's go then. Maybe Adrian, you can start. So some months ago, DNV wrote that in their view, the energy transition had started, and that we were in 2024, that we likely were going to see the peak for emissions. And Adrian, now 24 is finished. We start 25. So what's your impression of the status in the offshore renewable energy market?
I have to say I look back on 2024 with a degree of disappointment. I think that the number of projects which actually stopped around the world is disappointing. I think some of the political mood against offshore wind is disappointing. People are not showing statesmanship. They're showing short-term kind of win votes. And that's really, really not what the world needs at this point in time, given where we're at on a environmental journey. And so, yeah, I think that we need to pick up the urgency of deployment of renewables. Otherwise, we are just heaping up a massive, massive problem, an existential problem for future generations. That being said, there are some positives as well. So whilst the deployment of full-scale farms has not been what would be wished for, I think some of the enabling technologies have been coming on leaps and bounds. And so just a couple of years ago, we were looking at things like quick connection technologies, whether it was for mooring lines or for electrical connectors. You're looking at how do you actually inspect these things? How do you actually, how do you look for crack detection when you're actually out in deep ocean? Actually, in the last 2 years, I've seen massive strides in a lot of what I would call the enabling technologies. And so, whilst at the headline figure, disappointing, need to do better, need to have a much greater sense of urgency. Actually underlying that, there's a whole ecosphere of companies growing up that are looking to do the, measure the ecology, measure the seabeds, measure the, little parts of the components and the technologies which are all built together to actually create a congruency around the overall objectives. So mixed, I think, is the short term.
I agree with your view, actually. Like a lot of projects that have been put on hold and stuff, but I also agree that a lot is happening, it's still ongoing, and a lot of problems are being solved, and so a lot of good work is being done, that I agree. Yeah, good. And then Matos and Andre, do you see any other big challenges in the offshore renewable energy? Like, what are the main things slowing down the transition? You were talking about grid before.
Let's see precisely what the professor was presenting and myself in Portugal, and allowed me to focus on Portugal. We have the first challenge, that is the water depth, the seawater depth. Maybe in many places in the North Sea and so on, the water depth is 30, 40 meters. And here the places, the sea places to have the generators have more than 100 meters. So it means, of course, floating generators, but also and then to reduce losses and reduce costs and so on, to transmit to shore, we will have to have offshore substations. The difference is that in the North Sea, the offshore substations are fixed to the soil, to the sea ground, with 30, 40 meters. Here, according to what we try to investigate and see, it seems that solutions for sea depths above 80 meters or 85 implies a new approach. So till 100 meters maybe with oil and gas contribution. We've heard of one situation in the world. And above that, floating substations that do not exist. So the question in Portugal is that this substation, with the increasing of water depth, it's more and more expensive. So we have to position the substation outside the places of the generators, and to measure the depths because of the costs and the innovation. Okay. Second, the decision on kind of technology to go to offshore to onshore in Portugal, or AC or DC, it's also a challenge, because we are precisely in a case where the distances to shore, to land, and the amount of power brings the cases to a not clear decision from the point of view of techno-economical view. So this has to be very well studied. Besides, according to our investigations, the substations for offshore substations with DC can take more power, much more power than if it is AC. So that is also a challenge. Grid operation, it's also a challenge. The amount of power brings very challenges to, for instance, voltage control, or the reserve operation, the operational reserve, and so on. And finally, if my colleague wants to complete me, please, exactly what we were saying, that the supply chain of these technologies it's very delayed at the moment. So that's another important challenge. Okay. And I don't know.
Yeah, I can just compliment. Another big challenge has to do with the optimization of the sea use, the sea area use. So, namely, the interconnections, the number of interconnections that will be required to connect the offshore power to land must be optimized, because the sea is shared by different stakeholders, and the energy will be an additional stakeholders to the pre-existing ones. So the choice of the right technology for the interconnection, I believe that will be tremendously dependent on this optimization of the number of connections. On the other hand, if we increase the power of each connection, we will bring problems in the system operator, because the reliability of the system will be compromised with such big power condensed in single connections. Finally, as the Maj Fernandes mentioned, the supply chain. The supply chain for these big projects, it is up to what we know, it's not aligned with the deadlines of these targets. It has more years to acquire to the design, to the permits, and to acquire the equipment and for the installations. And that would be one of the biggest challenges that we will have.
Sorry, just one small question is that we about the 227.5 and the 400 kV, our worry is that according to our investigation, the 400 kV level implies instead of a cable with 3 cables inside, okay, it implies 3 monopolar cables. So the space in the seabelt occupied by this cable would increase much more with the 400 kV cable. That's one of the reasons.
Okay, thank you. So as a summary, then we have some challenges that we have to solve on the technology side for the floating wind turbine and the mooring system. We have some challenges also on the grid side to be able to accept all the electricity that will be produced. Then we also have a challenge on the production of these, the supply chain, and then we also have the final challenge that is sharing of the space, biodiversity, social acceptance. But can we say that we are working on all sides, and that well, if we continue, we will get there? A bit optimistic, yes.
They're not insurmountable, are they? Actually, finding a new planet to live on is actually a bit more tricky. So these are, happily very fixable things.
It seems like some persons are thinking otherwise and are trying to escape, but yeah. Good, thank you. Then we've been talking about carbon-free electricity production, but Carla, you have a bit more of experience on the maritime side. Is there also things happening there on that side to reduce carbon emissions?
I would say so. But not as advanced as. If you are concerned, I'm even more concerned, because the steps that we are giving into decarbonizing the maritime industry is still very baby steps for many reasons. There are several obstacles there. Imagine that the vessels, the ships have a life cycle of 30 years. So either we decarbonize the energy that feeds the ship, or we have to retrofit the ship. So it's obviously that for the standpoint of the cost of ownership of those that own the ship, that we need to adjust or improve the fuels that are being used instead of retrofitting all the fleets that are already operating in the sea. In terms of costs of the energy is also a tremendous, huge problem, because so just to produce 1 ton of green hydrogen, we need 50, 60 megawatt hour of electricity. So this is massive. It's very, very hard to scale. Then we have the volume of the tank that is necessary for hydrogen is 8 to 10 times the volume of a tank of the conventional fuels. So it reduces the capacity of the ship in terms of cargo. So another obstacle that we are facing. So there are a lot of them. I could name more, like bunkering in the ports, also another issue. They are prepared for a kind of fuel. They are not prepared for biofuels or synthetic fuels. Regulation, confusing, is not as simple as we would like. Should we pay to pollute? IMO, it's the International Maritime Organization, is trying to impose that, but it should be a global measure, not a local measure. So in sustainable aviation fuels is easier to have European rules because most of the airlines operate locally, but maritime transportation, they operate globally. And if you have rules that are only applies for a certain region of the planet, the ship owners, they get confused and they don't have clear message. So in some areas of the region of the planet, they say you have to reduce X% of the emissions that you are now emitting, or compare with 2008. But even in terms of measuring those emissions, it's not also very clear, because depending on the feedstock that you use to produce the biofuels, if it is an agriculture crop kind of feedstock, it's completely different than using waste kind of feedstock. So in terms of measuring the pollution that the ships are sending into the air, it's also not very clear. So I think that the maritime sector, in terms of fuels, there are a lot of things that have to be done in terms of regulation, in terms of technology, in terms of bringing everybody together and study a solution that is suitable for most of the operators. And also the technology routes that I showed in my presentation. Imagine that the TRLs are not very low. So we are already there in terms of technological level of readiness. We are already looking at 8, 9. But to scale up to commercial facilities or pre-commercial facilities, we are talking about investments of 1 billion for each unit, and it will take 5-10 years to deploy. So it costs a massive amount of money. It has to involve a lot of stakeholders, from the feedstock owner to the ship owners, to motor companies, to energy companies, and ports, of course. Ports are pivotal for this decarbonization.
Thank you, Carola. So in a summary, we should work all together and then work on the regulation side, a bit more on technology, always continue, and then also work on the costs by making the technology even more mature.
Yeah, I think it's the 3 pillars. It's the technology, it's the market, and it's the regulation. If the regulation is not clear, we won't have a clear demand of less pollutant fuels. Okay. But in another hand, if the ship owners understand that is highly cost to decarbonize or to use different types of fuels, because they are more expensive, okay? They are more expensive. Depending on the fuel that we are talking about, we can be talking about twice as much, which is massive. So I think the regulation and the stakeholders and the operators, they have to be very well aligned so that this can happen.
Thank you, Carla. Very good. Okay, let's talk a bit about technology now. I have a background as an engineer, so I always think that's quite interesting to talk about technology. And Daniel, you're working for a company that's developing offshore wind, so you must have a quite wide overview of the different technologies, and or I believe so at least. So which are technological advancements that really had an impact, and which one will have an impact, do you believe so, in the next, in the future?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. We work with lots of different technologies, and we, as I said, we try to be first implementers or pioneers of new technologies. That's one of our main goals. I'm gonna be the optimistic one here in the room. I think there are huge advancements in what regards to offshore wind, at least. There have been huge advancements in the last few years. Obviously, we all know that wind turbines have become much larger, much more efficient. So with less number of turbines, less number of foundations, we can produce same amount of energy. So that's one of the key accelerators of the offshore wind industry. But not only that, I believe one of the most, I would say, game-changing technologies that has appeared in our industry lately is the floating wind technology. Floating wind seems an obvious technology, but it's not. And you might be in agreement with me. It's not that obvious. It's very, very difficult to put a turbine that works on top of something that is moving. And the fact that we have already pre-commercial wind farms that are on top of floaters is a massive achievement. This is unlocking a new opportunity for many countries that couldn't dream of having offshore wind because their water depths, such as Portugal or Spain or the Mediterranean countries, and now they think with optimism, they see that they can do it, and they can deploy renewable power at large scale, which is not that easy, right? So floating wind, probably one of the key technologies that has appeared and is going to be accelerating the energy transition for sure. There are other technologies that we are looking at and that are very, very important as well. Robotics, anything that helps us avoid human beings working in harsh conditions offshore with certain risks is going to be always very welcome. And robotics are now in a sweet spot. They are starting to now be very, very useful. And as I was explaining before in the Atlantis project, we're not seeing robotics that are going to help us very much on the operations, inspections, and maintenance of our wind farms. But not only that, the technologies that we see and that we look after proactively are also those ones that help us build wind farms and operate wind farms while respecting the environment that surrounds us. And for example, we have used a new piling technology called vibrohammer. Well, just for you to know, when you put some structures in the seabed, normally you have to pile them. So with a hammer, you exert some force, you get the piles, and then on top of that, you get the wind turbines or whatever. Now, the piling is noisy, and it spreads underwater, and it normally affects marine mammals. It used to be noisy because now there are technologies that have been developed, such as the vibrohammer that we have used in our Moray East wind farm, which is much, much more silent. And therefore, it's helping us streamline the consenting process and building wind farms with respecting, or while we are respecting the environmental, the environment surrounding us. And lastly, we are going one step beyond that. We're going to a place where we are trying technologies that help us enhance the nature around us. Not only mitigate, but improve what is existing. And we are doing some initiatives with that. One of the most beautiful ones is what we call the biodiversity buoy that we installed in the Mediterranean Sea next to our EFGL project in France. This is going to be a floating project in France. Next year is going to be operational. this buoy was equipped with certain sheltering structures so that small fish could find a safe space there to grow without being eaten by bigger fish. And we installed some of those there to see what happened. And eventually it happened that the biodiversity of the area surrounding the buoy, the number of species, the amount of species in the surroundings of the buoy were skyrocketing. And so such that we're going to install this same equipment in our very floaters of the EFGL project. So to enhance what is around us, not only to mitigate what we are doing. So a lot of very interesting technologies out there that are going to help us accelerate the deployment of offshore wind at scale globally. Not, of course, to be mentioned, storage technologies. This is going to be a key enabler for all of us because, I don't know, wind is intermittent, as we all know, and storage is going to be a key. So, optimistic view around technology, to be honest.
Good. It's nice to have an optimistic view, especially in this kind of kickoff meeting. We're launching a new center of excellence. So, do you also have, Daniel? Do you have any recommendation for such a center? Like, how do you think we should be placed? What kind of output do you expect from such centers? Like, yes, how do you expect to work with such like research institutes, like universities and research centers like this?
Well, I think research centers, universities, programs like this or initiatives like this are paramount for us as the industry, I mean, or for developers. Because research centers, universities give us many benefits. The three of the most important ones is collaboration. As I said before, we are not smart enough to solve our problems on our own. That's clear. So research institutes and universities bring us that collaboration, and we have several examples of having collaborated with universities in Porto, in Lisbon, in Aberdeen, in Plymouth, in the UK, research centers in the Netherlands, Deltares, the TU Delft in the Netherlands as well. So many different projects where research institutions and universities are collaborating with us, giving us or lending us their brain power to solve very, very complex challenges. The second item that universities and research centers can bring to us is actual technology. I was commenting before that in Atlantis project, we were testing some robots. Well, 2 of them came from Inesc. The other one came from University Limerick in Ireland. There was an underwater ROV. And the other one was a drone from University of Castilla-La Mancha in Spain that is designed to listen to turbines, and with the noise emitted, they can infer the asset condition of it. So, and the third one, not less important, is the talent, the skills. The universities and research centers are helping us develop those very specific skills that we need in the offshore wind industry. Offshore wind industry is per se a very difficult thing because it's offshore, and that creates a lot of issues. But thanks to universities and research centers, we are getting that talent trained, and we are getting those opportunities of jobs, of employment spread across people, across youngsters, so that we can, get them on board as soon as possible to contribute to the energy transition.
Okay, thank you very much. Then the time is flying, so if we want to keep some time for questions afterwards, I think we can maybe move to the last topic and see if you guys want to say something about the future. Maybe Carla, you want to start, and then
let's start with the molecules and then move to the electrons. Okay, about the future, what can I say? Well, I think we must understand that maritime transportation is responsible for 3% of the carbon emissions globally. It's a big thing. If we do nothing, it will double by 2050, because e-commerce, it's exploding because demanding of goods are exploding everywhere. You are importing things from China to Europe, from Europe to United States, and this involves a lot of cargo moving around the world. If we do something according to the targets, we can avoid around 1 billion tons of GHG per year until 2050. And this is more or less the emissions of 2 industrial countries in Europe. I think it's better to do something than to do nothing. And I leave you with this thought, because we're running out of time, so just to be brief, we have to do something.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the question was what does like the energy mix look like going forwards, right? I certainly think, when you look at renewables on land and you think about wind turbines on land, they have a capacity factor of about 25%. And so 75% of the time your asset is actually doing nothing. Photovoltaics, we all know it, they only work when the sun is up. And so then that leads to the issues of how do you balance the grid and what do you do in all of the gaps. One of the tremendous things about going offshore, of course, is that when you get to fixed bottom offshore, you're already up to 35, 36, 37% capacity factors. So your gaps have closed up a little bit. But when you actually say to a developer of a fixed bottom farm, what's the most important thing about a site, you actually say, well, how deep is the water? And we hear that all the time. And the next question is, what's the seabed like? Can I put a jacket on it? Can I put a monopile on it? If you're lucky, the third question is how good is the wind resource? Because you're limited as to where you can go. The beauty about something like floating offshore wind is you say, first question, how good is the wind resource? And so unsurprisingly, you're beginning to actually see capacity factors exceeding 60% on some of the demos already, and there's no real reason why you can't see 70% coming up as people get to commercial scale. So for me, the excitement is that once you start looking offshore and you start looking at floating, and then you start combining that with a bit of wave, and dare I say it, even hydro batteries. And so there are ideas around it, actually turning the anchors of some of these floaters actually into tanks, which you can actually pump out when you've got excess electricity, and you let the water back in when you haven't got enough electricity, and you turn them into pretty much uninterruptible power supplies. And so as you begin to look into deep ocean, actually a lot of the issues that sit around the renewables area start to actually change. That doesn't mean to say I still think we're going to see a mixture of interconnectors, and you're still going to see some lithium-ion batteries, and you're still going to see power to X, and maybe we'll be making hydrogen for the marine industry, and everybody has to accept that actually transportation of stuff is going to cost more. Have a little less on the vessels, but actually the cost of carbon is already massive. The cost of sulfur is absolutely massive. We only have to look at wildfires and floods, and one part of the world is actually, or one part of commerce is actually paying out on multi-billion-dollar insurance losses, which are environmentally related. And then actually people are saying, oh, yeah, but I want to have everything as cheap as chips to actually come from China and I don't want to actually give up some space for the hydrogen on the vessel. And I think this is where policy has to actually come into line here and say, this isn't just about how cheap is my electricity, it's about what can policy do to make sure that we can continue to call Earth home. And for me, that's kind of quite important.
Something to add, feel free, but if not, then we can, so.
I'm overly optimistic. I think we'll get there. Question is when. That is the problem. But with initiatives like this, with consortiums like this, with programs like this, it makes me think that we have the capacity to do it, and it's a matter of, as you were saying, political will, and also skin on the game, investing in real innovation, and testing new technologies until we get it. So yeah, I think we're gonna get there. Yeah.
Have a final comment?
Yes, please. I would like to point out to a very important issue, a macro issue. that has to do with this. Well, the direct agreement or the bilateral agreement that I told is allowing to develop the grid with not increasing tariffs. So the acceleration of the energy transition in Portugal has very much to do with that innovation. And that has another side of the coin that's very good. That is, this is a signal that the future grid is more or less dominated and happening, and with allowing much more new generation. Okay, and so what is happening? Much more requests for new consumers along all the country, not only in scenes. Scenes are fixed, and it's about 2/3 of the peak load at the moment. And the other requests along the last months are much more than in scenes, the global load. Well, they are not so fixed, but in fact we have dozens of requests of electro-intensive industries. And because they are seeing green energy and low cost in Portugal for energy and other aspects, of course. What I wanted to say is that we need to take opportunity of this reindustrialization of the country. We have probably to encourage the whole renew from this point of view of new industries coming. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Diana, if we have a few more minutes, then I think we can also ask the audience if they have some questions. I think we are very lucky to have this panel here, so I would stick out. I mean, lift your hand and ask questions. It's not every day, but.
Yeah, it's a quick one, I hope. Are we condemned to having these lengthy tests that go through multiple pilots, first in tanks and then small scale in the sea and then larger scale, pre-commercial scale and then commercial scale in these technologies? Or is there any way, in your opinion, that we can maybe accelerate these, shorten the time to market? And then the second question is if you could explore a little bit about how can we use data to improve, and especially easily accessible data like spatial data. Is there any way that we can use it to make the operations more efficient? Yeah, thank you.
Pick that one up. So we're trying to do a 2 megawatt pilot at the moment in Portugal. We've been asked to actually look at some pilots in China. One is at 16 megawatts and the other's at 20 megawatts. I think that probably answers the question. And so really it's about actually the political will, as well as then the investor will. And so I think yes, we can definitely take 5 years out of the program, but somebody just needs to actually push to say, let's go straight to the big ones, recognizing that there may be issues. They may only last 2 or 3 years, and then you actually have to retire them, and but you learn massively from that, and you step forward.
I believe that once we will be rolling with all these wind turbines, then we will be learning all the time. Then it will be some data-driven learning of the process, and I believe that then we will go for incremental changes all along the life of the structure.
I think, look, the data is a good point, right? I mean, if you're going to go and build an aircraft carrier, you do your simulations, you do your basin test to calibrate your simulations, you build the aircraft carrier. Do the same thing if you've got a drilling rig, you do your basin tests to calibrate your simulations, and you go and build the thing. It's only in offshore wind that I've ever seen where people are saying, I'm going to do my simulations, I'm going to calibrate it doing the basin test, and then I'm actually going to go and build a little one. Actually, the little one's not going to actually tell you very much about what the main features are here, because the main challenges are things like fatigue in the towers. So until you actually get to a full-size tower and you get to actually the full-size loads, then you're not actually going to actually expand the knowledge. Now the Chinese understand this, and they're just going straight past us.
I have a little bit different opinion about that. It has to do with the deadlines, the targets for the transition. I don't see space in time to do the pilots. So to achieve the transition goals and having a pragmatic approach to the timelines that are required for the value change, for the production, for the licensing, we should go, if we want to scale up the wind farms, we should go to more conventional technology. Otherwise, we will not achieve the deadlines that the governments require to us.
When you say traditional technology, you mean fixed bottom?
No, for example, the floating substations for the required voltage level that we need, we don't have, for example, dynamic cables available. For example, we don't have HVDC cables, dynamic HVDC cables available. So there's no point in a company, in a project, to define a technology that is to be deployed in 10 years with technologies that currently are not yet available. It is too much risk to guarantee that when the moment in time will arise for the installation, after the permits, after the design, we have the technology available, manufactured and sold to us to install. So that's it's more a concern, not really a position. So I would be very careful in the pilots that we conduct if we want to achieve the deadlines that the governments require or the society requires for us.
Thank you. Is there any other question? No. Then I think I was told that I should stop 10 past, and it's already 15 past. So I think I would like to thank the panel once again. Use the break to continue talking to these ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you all for your contributions. We will now have a short break and resume in 30 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we will now have the second and last panel of the day, entitled, How Can Data Change the Paradigm in Ocean-Related Activities? Please take your seats. We will now have the contributions of Filipe Martins, Innovation Manager and Data Center Program Manager at APDL. Catarina Magalhães, Group Leader and Researcher in Marine Sciences at CIMAR. Sérgio Faias, President of DOCA Pesca, Portos e Lotas, the Portuguese Port Authority responsible for fishing ports and marinas. Rear Admiral João Ramalho Marreiros, Director General of Instituto Hidrográfico. And Yvonne Figueiredo, from the Department of the Sea and Marine Resources at IPMA, the Portuguese Institute for the Sea and Atmosphere. The moderator for this session will be Maria Lameiras da Silva, Director General for Maritime Policy. And for now, we'll welcome Miguel Miranda, Executive Director at Air Center, to share with us a few words before this next session.
So, good afternoon to all of you. You are very lucky because I have no slides. I was invited by Eduardo to come here and to say some words on data and what is the future and the problem with data storage and data treatment in these years of the artificial intelligence that we are living. Data, if you think on a meeting that was held, for example, I will say 3 years ago only, everyone will say, data have no value. The value is always in information. Do you remember this kind of sentence? They are wrong. They are totally wrong. Data are really the raw material of not only of science, but the raw material of knowledge. And the information is only a view on the data. And we can have different views on the data. Data from the ocean have, up to now, a specific problem, because if you think on fisheries, for example, or if you think on harbor information, it is not a huge amount of information. It's a small amount of information, and in some cases, this information is politically controlled, due to the interests of states or due to the need to have lots of work to understand it before taking decisions, mainly because this information concerning the ocean is the raw material also for political decisions. But we are living in a different situation nowadays. And this is our main problem. When I would say, the first attempts of using artificial intelligence to understand the Earth, I will say that they started by meteorology, by weather forecast models mainly. And why? Because the meteorological organizations had fantastic archives, and meteorology created some basic ideas that are now seen almost everywhere. The first idea was that the past is not only the observations, is the observations mastered by models. This is only because when we think on past observations, we are always thinking on spurious, discontinuous data on discontinuous points, on discontinuous time. And the question is how to interpolate this information to understand what is happening everywhere. Because the basic idea that now is in almost everyone is that the relationship between the past and the present is equal to the relationship between the present and the future. This is what inference is this is the inference idea. But what is the past? And meteorology say, no, we have a different description of the past. The past for us is reanalysis. is we take the past observations, we remodel everything, and we create a fantastic grid, homogeneous in time and space, that can be used by computers. And there was a second idea of metrology that is now used even in gaming. That is the idea of ensemble. The idea that we do not know what the future is. We have no clue to have a deterministic perception of the future, but we can create a family of possible futures. And what we need to do is to browse the possible futures to understand what will be our life, at least in a probabilistic way. The ocean does not have the organization of meteorology. The ocean is much more disorganized. I would say mainly because meteorology was mastered by civil aviation, and never maritime transportation was able to master ocean information up to now. And fisheries, that were one of the most important problems in the past, is dedicated to specific species and not to the whole ecosystem that exists inside the ocean. So this created a situation that we now must understand what are we going to do. Of course, rich countries or political blocs like the US or the European Union have their strategies to organize in different ways the data that is acquired nowadays and the past data that was acquired by European organizations in the past. Situation is not perfect, but it's progressing. But Portugal, what is the idea of Portugal concerning data archiving and the processing? And I think that, frankly, if you are able to read the newspaper every morning, probably you will understand that the situation is so unstable that we must be able to protect our data. To protect our data and to be able to work with our friends and non-friends, sharing data and sharing knowledge. And one of the environments where I think this share should be done is the Atlantic. I'm now at the Air Center, and my role is to defend the community of the Atlantic countries and to say, countries like Portugal, and by the way, also Norway, should understand that we live in the Atlantic, and probably in the next decades, it will be our Mare Nostrum. And I hope that all data that will be acquired and the data that exists in all the organizations should be put together and shared with those populations that finally will be, you will see, our true friends. Thank you.
Well, I think that, good afternoon, everyone. I think I should have spoken with Professor Miguel just a while ago, because our presentations are somehow very similar, and at least in the perspective that we both defend about data. So my colleague Elena already presented APDL, so I will be quite fast and moving forward to our specific topic about data management. Well, data is a catalyst for sustainability and innovation. Over the years, PDL has been implementing increasingly comprehensive networks of monitoring and data collection systems, such as water height sensors, air quality sensors, noise monitors, particle detectors, and many others. The data collected at the Port of Lixões, the Port of Viana, and the Douro waterway is fundamental not only for optimizing the operations, but also for supporting more informed and sustainable decisions. We monitor a wide range of parameters, from water levels to noise, air pollution, particles, meteorological, and bathymetric data. Furthermore, we assess the environmental footprint of each mode of transport, enabling us to optimize operations, reduce environmental impacts, and improve asset management. However, building increasingly intelligent, comprehensive, and robust systems requires integrating a growing volume of data and fostering active collaboration amongst different actors and across sectors. Ports traditionally are seen as physical infrastructures and logistical hubs, have evolved to play a much broader role, as we've seen today. Today, they are true knowledge hubs where diverse sectors converge, including industry, universities, research centers and startups, private companies and government entities. This collaborative ecosystem is essential for fostering innovation, promoting sustainability, and addressing the challenges faced by ports on both national and international levels. APTL positions itself as a facilitator of these connections, driving strategic partnerships and initiatives that align technology and sustainability, while playing an active and integrating role within various ecosystems. Our strategic vision focuses on creating a digital and collaborative data ecosystem that balances economic growth, investment, and sustainability. By working together, we can consolidate the data we collect and manage with that of other national and international entities. This approach maximizes the return on investment in sensors and technology, fostering the development of more comprehensive and robust information systems. This vision is realized through strategic partnerships with universities, research centers, institutes, and companies, leveraging innovation and collaboration. Data sharing and interoperability, combined with technology innovation, is fundamental to drive a blue economy that benefits business, communities, and the environment in a balanced and sustainable way. So I would say that our challenge here is collaborate, bring together all the entities and companies and people managing data, and choose the appropriate platforms for sharing this data. True share of data, because sharing this data is fundamental for research institutes, universities, and even ourselves to use a bigger amount of information, because we will be using not only our own data, but everyone else's data. And we believe that there are very interesting technological platforms provided by EU and others that we could choose to be the basis for this collaboration. I would say that the biggest challenge we face is work together to choose a set of platforms and really dive into them to share our data. Thank you.
The slide. Okay. So, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation to be part of the kickoff meeting of Inesc Tec.Ocean and to be part of this panel, very interesting panel. So I was asked for the next 10 minutes to talk a bit about challenges in ecosystems monitoring. And I will start with the big picture. So we all know that the ocean is central to the habitability of our planet, and there are many reasons for that. One, it could be like that it regulates the climate. It plays key roles in the cycle of elements, for example, nitrogen and carbon, that are essential for life. And the tiny organisms of the ocean are responsible to produce like 50%, about 50% of the oxygen that we breathe. But besides its vital function, there is much of the ocean that remains a mystery. For example, 80% of the seafloor remain to be mapped in detail, and with that, there are a vast deep sea mountains that are unexplored, so ecosystems to be described, and a vast reservoir of biodiversity that we still don't know that exist, and they were not described. So, for us to understand the ocean and to have knowledge about these ecosystems, we are dependent on ocean observation. And the ocean observation is the only way that we will be able to gather data, real data, to address big problems like the impacts of climate change, identifying, for example, protecting marine ecosystems, the vulnerable ones, what are the vulnerable species, to foster a sustainable blue economy, for example, to identify the better areas and regions, to install infrastructures like we talked about in the previous panel, like infrastructures for renewable energy or for aquaculture, or even to identify, for example, molecules that can be used in biotechnology. It's also important, this knowledge, to enhancing the resilience of marine communities. For example, the communities that live in coastal areas, and enhance their resilience to the sea rise level, for example. The good news is that during the previous decades, we assist to huge development of observation technology of the ocean. So there was a huge development, for example, in satellite technology. We now are able to have daily images of the ocean with temperature values, salinity values, even phytoplankton distribution in a large scale. We also have, for example, these Argo systems that give us profiles of the water column. So it gives us salinity, it gives us temperature that is essential to produce models, for example, for ocean circulation. But still, we lack information about biological variables, mainly when we think about having long-term series of data. And this is actually a big challenge. And this happens because when we look at the natural ecosystems, we have a lot of ecosystems in the ocean. We have coastal ecosystems, we have open ocean ecosystems, we have benthic ecosystems, we have deep ocean ecosystems, we have pelagic ecosystems. And the species move between these ecosystems. They are driven by seasonal patterns, for example. They are they move to find the best place to, for example, to complete their reproduction cycles. They also move, for example, in a daily basis. There are some zooplankton. The zooplankton, for example, goes to the surface of the ocean to feed during the night, and then at the day period, they will go back to the deeper layers of the ocean to be protected from predation. And all these species also interact in a very interconnected way and complicated way, forming these food webs. I think it's important to introduce a bit of the dynamic of the biological compartment and the ecosystems and its complexity, because when we are planning a monitoring a program to describe the ecosystems, it's not just about collecting data. We need to be sure that the monitoring is going to produce data that it will ensure that it will truly reflects the dynamics of the ecosystems. So I think this is a main point. And for that, we need to have, for example, interdisciplinary data. Because, I mean, these communities are driving from physical forces, for example, the currents. They are driving by chemical forces, for example, the availability of nutrients. And so it's really important to have this interdisciplinary combined when we look at the monitoring program. Of course, this will produce multi-parameter, but it's important that these multi-parameters that we are collecting from the ocean are synchronized in time and space. This is very relevant because this is the only way we have to try to understand how physical forces, for example, will impact the dynamic of a certain species. So when we collect biological data, it's important to collect at the same time and the same local chemical data, physical data. And the other thing that is really important is to think about long-term data sets. We have a lot of natural variability in the ecosystems, seasonal variabilities, and to be able to find and to understand the disruption of the ecosystem, we actually need to have long-term data sets. So, but when we think about the data, the biological data that is available in the international archives and it's available in our institutions, most of this data is still collected manually and is still dependent on very complex expeditions to the ocean. These are very heavy expeditions in terms of logistics, very heavy expeditions in terms of financial support, and quite limited in terms of spatial and temporal coverage. There is another problem, then another challenge with this, is that most of these samples then need to be processed in the laboratory. So we process the samples in the ship sometimes, and then you need to take these samples to the lab to be analyzed by sophisticated instruments. And this causes a huge lag between collecting the sample and having the data available. Synchrony is actually a problem when we want to have information in a very fast information, because we are looking to a very high dynamic environment. So we are trying to tackle this problem also with the Inesc Tec. We are developing this eDNA sample already for some time, and this is probably a good, not an entire solution, but I am sure that this will help to try to start having autonomous system collecting information using standardized methods that will give us broad information about the biodiversity in the ecosystems. And we are very excited also to be close to all the developments that are going to be implemented in this Inesc.Ocean project, major because we are implementing also a monitoring program in CIMAR to cover the northwest marine environments of Portugal. This is like an interdisciplinary effort where we have different teams of CIMAR working together to try to have like a multidisciplinary data collected. Of course, all the developments the Inesc Tec are going to implement, it will be very useful to leverage our capacity to monitoring these ecosystems. And just take-home message and some, the key needs and challenges that probably are going to discuss in the roundtable. So we identified that we really need to develop technology for autonomous monitoring of biological parameters. This will automatically increase the temporal and spatial resolution, which is a problem also. And another challenge is how to integrate the multi-layer data to accurately describe ecosystems. So Miguel also pointed out this problem. I think this is be like a big challenge also in the future. And standardized protocols is also very important. So we are thinking about sharing data, but it's very important that we all use the same protocols. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to get credible information about the ecosystem's dynamics. So with that, I will finish my presentation. I will leave you this picture. This is the Arctic sea ice platform from 2023, one of the minimums of the surface of ice coverage in the Arctic due to climate change, which I think will be a big challenge of the future for us that are scientists, also for the companies, and this is have global implications, and a strong reason to actually put a huge effort in ocean monitoring at national, European, and also international level. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone, dear colleagues. So I will talk a little bit about the perspective of DOCA Pesca, just to understand what we are doing now and where we are. So we are a public company. We are responsible for managing the fishing ports in Portugal. We are responsible also for managing the first sale of fish in Portugal. So we explore 26 fish oceans markets. Then we have more about 40 sales posts, smaller fisher auctions. We have wholesale markets. We participate in the cold chain producing and giving ice for fishermen. We have warehouses, shipyards and marinas in our areas. So we are distributed since Caminha until Mértola, all in the coastline and also in some rivers, all in all the country. So in our activity, we are also port authority for these fishing harbors, and we participate in two sides mainly. In the fish first sale market, so we organize the first sale, so we are responsible to give the better price for the fish of the fishermen. So we are able to work with the fishermen, and all the fishermen, professional fishermen in Portugal should put their fish in our auctions. With this, we have the data from all the fish that is catch in Portugal. So with almost 30 years of data, this data, it's important. So when Miguel was talking about the value of the data, this is very important when we have so many years of data, and this is a value because in some moments we can use that data, and we have this data all around the country for a long time series. Then as Port Authority, we do the management of the ports. We have the assets, we have the infrastructure, electricity, water. We are able and we are responsible to manage that infrastructure. And we have a database with data from more than 3,000 customers. So this is a lot of information. And what should we do with that information? It's something that we should think. Sometimes we are just collecting data, and in some moments we think and something happens, and this data could be very useful. Just to give you this perspective, during COVID there was a change in the behavior of the fishermen because all the restaurants was closed, the hotels were closed, and we observed a change in the behavior of the fishermen, and we had more fish in the auctions, different kind of species. So what is happening? So we must use that 30 years data that we have to understand this change of the behavior. We crossed our data with the data from Maritime Authority, also the data from HIPMA, trying to understand what was happening. So, and with this data we were able to understand or better evaluate, and we identified that part of this change comes from informal market and informal economy when these channels was closed. So the fishermen need to put the fish in formal channels. So this is important when we have this data because we can observe and can change then some public politics to do that change if we have the data and we can work with that data. So this data along all the values, the chain is it's very important. If we have data from the fishing boats, then if we have data from the fishing auction, but also along the sale, all the sale until the final customer. For instance, one of the topics, and we are working now in this topic, to understand the balance between the value from the producer to the final commercial place. Usually, fishermen say that they are not the part of the value chain that have the more value. It's not the producer, it's the retailer. So we are now doing a study to understand the value chain, the cost structure in each one of these steps, and we have a lack of data because we have data from the fishing side, we have data from the auction, but then until the final customer, we don't know what is happening. So we have here a lack of data. What are the prices in the markets, in the wholesale markets, and this will be very important then to define one more time the public policies to change and to put this value chain more balanced. I adapt this presentation, so it was from another place talking about artificial intelligence and how we can use it in fishing ports, but we have here lots of opportunities and lots of data that is important to have. The important is to have data. We have ability to synchronize that different data sources when we need to do the studies and understand what is happening. So we have since the species, also during the production in the port, all the steps. It's very important also to collect data from quality control, the temperature in the auctions, the temperature of the fish, because all this impacts in the quality of the product. So we must have this data. Today we don't have, and the challenge of this panel was to say what is important to have, where we should have more data. So this is one of the topics. Also in the ports, monitoring the conditions of the ports, the conditions of the water, the air pollution in the ports. It's also something that is important to monitor. Then it's important, and we want to automate more activities in the ports. We want to identify automatically the vessels that come here, come into the ports, to identify the vehicles, the people that are in the ports because of security and safety issues. And this data can be used then for different kind of things, optimizing costs and putting more value to the chain. At this moment, we are working in a concept because the ports are transition platforms between water and the cities, and especially the fishing ports, because we are very integrated in urban areas. So we developed the smart urban port. We are now working on this concept, and basically we have two axes, sustainability and accessibility, two different mechanisms and applications that we are putting available to the users of the ports, but also to the citizens of the cities that are around the ports. So we want to give services to that people that lives around the ports, that work around the ports, not just for the user of the ports. Because if we do that, the citizens that work near the ports will give more value and will be more interested in what is happening in the port, and they will defend that the port should continue there, and this is important for the sustainability for the fishermen and for the fishing communities and fishermen communities. Also, we are working in putting the ports more smart. So we started with the infrastructures and the equipment, monitoring this infrastructure, and now we are in the third layer when we want to optimize our operations according to the data that we are collecting in the ports. So we started with the infrastructure, modernizing. Now we are monitoring, and now in the next step, we'll start to optimize that data. So this will be based in an app where the users can have access to the different mechanisms and use this for their daily routines and looking for the urban ports as something good for them and not as a bad thing in the cities. So it was just this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm the director of the Hydrographic Institute. I'm going to address how data can change ocean-related activities, mainly hydrographic and oceanographic data. The Hydrographic Institute is composed by several departments. The hydrographic survey that gets the hydrographic data for the nautical charts, department for making nautical charts, another oceanographic and environmental department, geology, chemical oceanography. We have laboratories. We make forecasts, oceanographic forecasts, geometalk, and we are the technical service for the navigation. And we also have a school that delivers courses on hydrography and oceanography. Starting with ocean mapping, this was mentioned many times in this event. We have knowledge, about 25–26% of the knowledge. This is the JEPCO Seabed 2030. It is not all the knowledge, only the information or only the data that is disclosed for open use. There are much more information that is not available, but provides a good information of what we know from the seabed and what we need to do to cover with high-resolution surveys, with multi-beam surveys, all the ocean floor. The nautical charts, the evolution of the nautical charts provide a good example of how data can change ocean-related activities. Since the beginning, since the maritime discoveries, nautical cartography is improving, and I'm starting with the last development, electronic nautical chart that's starting about 30 years ago. And this is what we have now on board of our ships, which is a standard equipment for visualization of the electronic nautical chart. But this started 30 years ago, but is now outdated. But because does not allow to integrate all the information, all the data that is available, and does not reply to the needs of all the users, not only the community of maritime shipping, but also other users of the ocean, from offshore, maritime works, whatever. So because of that, the International Hydrographic Organization and the International Maritime Organization and many others started a new standard to make a new type of electronic nautical chart, from a navigational chart to a maritime geospatial information system that integrates a nautical chart, an electronic nautical chart, as we saw, but much more information like 3D depth models, tide informations in real time, ocean currents, protected areas, and much more information. This is a huge opportunity for hydrographic offices and also for all the providers of maritime informations. This is under development and is predicted to start in production in 2026. We at the Hydrographic Institute, we claim to be at the edge of this technology, and we produced the first trial, the first nautical chart with this format, which was in Cabo Verde, Porto Grande, Mindelo, last year. And you can see that it's not only the nautical chart, it also gives information, it's overlaid by a 3D model that you can zoom in and also get a very good idea what is under the water on the ocean bottom. In the future, with this type of maritime information infrastructure, in the future, the captain on the bridge of the ship will see the ocean in a three-dimensional model, like the ship will be flying over the ocean floor. Now, about the ocean observation. I don't know if all are aware, but the Hydrographic Institute built and maintain a monitorization network along the Portuguese coast, which is the MONI-ZEE, since 16 years ago. Right now, this information is provided in our application. You can check what is the wave height in Leixões. I checked a few moments ago, and the maximum height was 14 meters, so it's good to surf today, in Nazaré, probably. But we have also tide gauges, HF radars, much more equipment, and we start to deploy the first gliders, which is a very good technology and very promising to get data from the ocean. We also edited a manual of ocean mooring, a very comprehensive manual that reflects many years of experience that we have among our skilled personnel how to do it. So what we want to achieve is digital twin of the ocean, starting with observation. Every day we get more data. We should get more and better quality data. That's why we must have better quality equipment, better platforms to go deeper into the ocean. That's why we need Inesc Tech, and that's why we should work together to improve this. With all this data, we need to process it. We need new tools. It's big data. We need artificial intelligence and new methodologies. Make the analyses and make them available for use, to take profit of it. And also with this data, we need to visualize in a useful manner to be useful to take appropriate decisions. So this is a new concept of ocean observation. I'm glad to announce that all the equipments represented in this figure belong to the Hydrographic Institute, except the satellite. We don't have anyone yet. And even the underwater station also, because it's in black. But all the equipment we have, and it's being in use in our network and deployed. So the data-driven challenge for hydrographic and oceanography, we need robust platforms and sensors, low cost and easy to deploy. To process all this data, we must improve our methodologies with big data, because it's huge amounts of data. And we need to process very fast to get it as real time as possible. For the analysis, we need artificial intelligence methodologies and make models and improve our models. And visualization, 4D is not only 3D, we take in account also the variable time and create as close as possible as a digital twin of the ocean. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been invited as a data receiver, and with a past experience with Inesc Tech in experience with detection and mapping VMEs, and I'm talking to engineers, helping, trying to get your help in questions that we need to solve, and former speakers to which we rely a lot of data. Are very important, from fishery, from the hydrographic and all this information that our institute needs to use in a clever way of doing it. And so, just so it's okay. So the value, as Miguel Miranda said, of data are unquestionable. And we need to have data. We need to have data not only for forecasting, but also for incast, because with the climate change or the changes in climate and in ocean, we do need to have some information what has been passed in the past and try to infer what could be in the future or can be different scenarios. And so this will is extremely valuable, for instance, for all the economic aspects that has been said before, because when we put a floating a system for energy, and someone told that there were some spaces and holes for fish to go, it was that is very interesting. But man cannot always change at his pleasure what they want. So we need to somehow say what is the implication of good have some holes in terms of what we want to reach. And so I think there is a question here of engineer and techniques and technology that are very important. The other is what we expect from what we want for nature. We want to be here in the future. You said in next century, but in what cost? We need to know what we want to get. So it's very important to get data. We are talking, when we are talking on those new technology, of a huge quantity of data, and we have to have some goals, and then we have to be sure that the data that we are collecting are used for something, and that it is reliable. And this is something that for us at the Institute are very important, is the reliability, the accuracy of the data, because we need to be aware what are the errors, how do we use that data, and have some standards. You told there is some standards way of dealing with the data. That is important. But first, we need to know what are the data for. And there are some questions about, the coastal zones where most of the human impacts are now acting. And we do need to have a very objective way of dealing with the answer. We need to be questions in order to get answers. For instance, what we talk about that platform for the app for fishery, they are extremely valuable for our institute in terms of getting or providing scientific advice for decision. But there is also an issue that the data, when we talk about data, there is not so much deal with, that is confidentiality, because these are from each vessel for each owner of the vessel. So it's something. So in this, really, it's quite important, and all these systems needs to be accurate, and we need to have access also to that, to protocols, and we have to know, given the actual situation, what is the way we are going to share. I think that is important to know nowadays, what we are going to share and how. And you know, with cables, no, the cables, it's very easy to wrap, to disturb everything, and all the system that is constantly updated for storing data, that there is still a way of storing it. We have to think of storage in the future, but we can have also to think of gaps and even other things that are not so good for data and for collection. Of course, for all these technological advances that you engineers are doing, they are extremely important, special for UN Goal 14. And those are identified. It was a very curious article about paper about this, and that can contribute for these targets. And really, they are important. Not only the increase of scientific knowledge, because I saw the scientific knowledge with a pragmatic approach to answer something. But all these things that all of us are dealing and we are facing about our society and our way of dealing with the society. And these are, for instance, what technology for us is extremely important in terms of pollution. And now we are dealing with plastics, which we still, there are doubts, what are the implications? What we don't know is that plastics follow the same pathways, or tend to follow the same pathways as nailstone, the small pelagic things. And they interact. And nailstone is the food for marine mammals, for fish, but we don't connect everything. So this technology tells us what is the most probable pathways of the plastics. And then they go to that huge garbage things that we have to solve, because something needs to be done. And then regarding illegal fishing, and we have two systems that identify the tracking of the vessels, so we can say if they are fishing in areas forbidden, or even other things that we need to extract. So use that continuous data acquisition with a goal, with an objective. And those are those that are mentioned in Goal 14. And finally, one thing just to lead us think, as it is in the moon, all this equipment has a time life, and then they need to be replaced. What are the implications in terms of the environment? Where they are, how we replace them? Some of them are very in deep waters, how we collect them. We have already the fishing gears in the seabed. What we are going to do with all these things? It's just a way of dealing with the data, but also with the collectors of the data. And finally, there is the biological impacts on the ecosystem, because we think that sometimes when we talk about technology, we don't relate that with life, and life is there. We can change the life in the place, but how is the impact? We need to be, we need something that has been said before. We have to work together to put the same question to different players and try to get their visions and try to get their answers. Thank you.
Thank you all. Good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor for me to be here. And I want to thank the invitation to Eduardo and to share this panel with these experts from different fields, from different entities. Excellent presentations and very clear, very comprehensive. And I want to ask to Eduardo next time to be the first panel, because I think this is a very important topic and is related with all fields that we need to discuss, related with ocean and related with biodiversity, conservation, sustainability, and blue economy. So, with no more delays, I have one question for each, because it's getting late. And I would like to start by exploring the impact of technological advance, like sensors, satellites, images, and artificial intelligence on their operations. So my first question is to Admiral João Marreiros, and I would like to ask you, how was the availability of these new technologies and data sources transform decisions making in your field? How is transforming?
Thank you for this question. I'm a Navy officer, so I'm a military, and I use this opportunity to talk about defense. Defense is very important, and yesterday Portugal was visited by the Secretary of General of NATO, and he mentioned that our waters might be threatened, increasingly threatened by other countries. We know who they are. The availability of new technologies should improve our capability to surveillance, to get a very accurate situational awareness, to be able to to get information of what are in our waters. Many submarines cross our waters and we don't know what happened, and submarines and other kind of boats and ships. So it will increase our level, definitely, of situational awareness. And I believe Portugal can think of building our acoustic surveillance system for our waters. It's an ambitious project, but we can do that if we work together. Another improvement of these new technologies are shown by at the Black Sea during the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. As we know, the concept of naval warfare changed. The Ukrainians defeated the Russian fleet in the Black Sea using small autonomous vessels, and you should think of that. The way we do the naval warfare will change in the future due to these new technologies.
Thank you. I think you point out a very important side of this ocean observation, that is defense, and it's very important on the days today. Katerina, you talk about challenge that you are facing, collecting, sharing, and analyzing data specific in your domain. And I would like you to explore a little bit more about what solutions could bridge these gaps.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you for the question. There are several changes, yes, a lot of changes when you are talking about monitoring biological variables in the environment. During my presentation, I just stand out with there is low spatial resolution, low temporal resolution. This actually can be solved. I think this can be solved by the help of technology, of course. The technology using autonomous systems that will be able to collect these parameters. But it's really important that these systems will use also standardized data. Will use standardized protocols. These systems must be validated with the methods that are standardized. Because we want that when these systems will start collecting biological data, we want that this data can be comparable with historical data from our time series, and we want also to integrate our series in international networks. So this is the only way to scalate spatial biological data. So join forces between different organizations that are working in Portugal producing the same kind of data at European level, and there are a lot of, Isabel is here with us, so there are a lot of initiatives to establish this network. But I believe standardization is important. When we share the data in international archives, usually it's a good way because they kind of curate the data. So when we deposit the data in these archives, the data is at least deposited the same way. So this will facilitate when you want to go to get data in these archives to answer specific questions. Could be scientific questions or more technical questions. So I don't know if I have time to develop more, but probably not. So then we can discuss.
Yeah.
Sunset, I don't know what it is.
Cocktail. Thank you so much, Katerina. I think it was very comprehensive, your explanation. And I think the data can also drive environmental sustainable practice relevance to fisheries and marine ecosystems. Sergio, you present a slide with the DOCA Pesca intervention value chain, and it was very interesting, and the app also. But what role does data plays in advancing sustainable in ocean-related activities, and how can it better utilized across industries and promote knowledge-based public policies?
Okay, thank you. I think one of the messages that I would like to leave here is that it's better to have data than we don't have it. Even when it's not the perfect data, but it's better to have. But because we have an example where HIPMA was collecting data with a sheet that fishermen should write in the sheet and then give it, then we go to scanner and send it to HIPMA. It was not the best way, but it was a way to collect data. So, but I can talk a little bit of this to answer your question. Because a lack of data about, for instance, the ray fish, our fishermen were not able to catch that fish because we don't know the number of fishes that were dispersed in the sea, where they are. So because of this lack of information, the European Commission could not give us licenses for the fishermen to fish that species. So we work together with HIPMA. We developed an application for smartphones. The application for the fishermen should be very, cannot be complicated. So they are in the boat and they need to do the registration. So 1, 2, 3 buttons to use. And with this application that they are using now, we were able, and here the government was able to go to Brussels and convince the European Commission to give us a license to our fishermen. And now we have data because we know the number of fishes that they are catching, where with the coordinates, where they did the catches. We have, and we are sharing this database with HIPMA. They then work the data. But with this, we can catching or getting the data, transforming that data, we can then change the public policies to make the fisheries more sustainable in kinds of environmental, but also in the perspective of social perspective and also in the economy. So the data, it's very important, and if we have data, then we can work on that data and change the things.
Thank you so much, Sergio, and I think that's a good example of collaboration between entities and win-win, I think. So thank you so much for giving us this example. And related within this topic and addressing the tension between development and conservation, and Flip, you talk about ports as knowledge hubs. So how can data-driving approach contribute to balancing economic growth with the conservation of marine ecosystems?
Well, thanks. Well, APDL manages 2 ports and an inland waterway, and we do it as a business. So everything we do is mainly focused on still run the business. Of course, we have a very strong focus on sustainability and innovation, but there is the baseline. So first of all, what we are trying to do is collect as much data as possible to improve the operations, to improve efficiency, and to make, well, the business runs smoother, either in terms of infrastructure management, active management, port operations as a whole. But we believe that ships, especially in the Douro Inland Waterway, but maybe even in the ocean, as we've discussed with IPMA, are excellent points to put sensors in. Okay, so they are wonderful floating sets of sensors that we should deploy as a way to collect data that otherwise we wouldn't get. In this session and in the previous ones, we've discussed several topics that can be addressed this way. For instance, actually measuring the pollution that these ocean-going ships emit. We believe that there are some approaches that could be beneficial for this. Also measuring other kinds of pollution that ships, ocean ships or inland waterway ships can emit, and that should be monitored and regulated. And we believe that it's fundamental to have good data, to have stakeholders working with us, collecting this data, and having consolidated approach on how we should use this data, how we should make sure that is collected in appropriate standards, making sure that is useful for all or for a wide range of stakeholders. And if the business understands what we are doing and why we are doing, for sure they will work with us, and we believe that we can do this bridge with them easily.
Yeah, thank you. So everyone needs to understand the importance of data, so they can guarantee the data with good data. Yeah. So, and you talk about IPMA, a good example, another good example of collaboration with IPMA. So, Yvonne, last but not least, okay. And I would like you to share your perspective how data can empower smaller players. How can we ensure that the benefits of this data related with ocean activities are distributed for small-scale and developing stakeholders?
Well, just to be very quick, the problems in small places, very linked with coastal zones, are the ones where the conflict of interests are huge. But also there is something that we have. So the problems are not different. They even can be more than the other place because it's where most of the interests are on. And depending of the small scale it is, but for instance, in more faraway regions, we have to have a good, let's say, template from my point of view in terms of what are the dangers, what are the risks, and special to have a language that I hope that Miguel uses that in their regions, that respect those people, trying to give them, not in a way of superiority, but showing them by evidence that others are facing of the degradation of the environment, now in Portuguese, and the necessity to collect the data, not only for them, but also for us, in order to provide some advice, and then put them together. So a group of stakeholders in order to get to reach some directions in order to minimize or at least reduce the risks. And it's very important that nowadays we are very worried about the environment and we are recycling. But former people always make recycling in their farms. It's not a novelty. It's not very fancy. That's a custom. So they people that live in small village close to the sea, they have already faced some problems. That's why past is also important. But of course, we have to know and to show them what we know and what we are expecting, but not force them to take decisions.
Thank you, Ivan. Miguel, do you want to say?
A last sentence for all of you. First of all, if data are available, they can be stolen. Okay? It's a value. It can be stolen. This is a problem. I think that Almirante Marres indirectly told about that. And this will be one of our problems. The second problem will be that there is now so much technology available off the shelf that the amount of data that is being recovered now in most places cannot be understood by human beings. Imagine that a single operation of a vehicle from Inesc Tec that studied the VMEs in the coast of Portugal generates terabytes of data. Imagine that, I would say 70% of the acoustic data that is acquired for fisheries is lost. So we are in a new planet, in a new civilization where we are not smart enough to understand the data we are able to acquire now. And we want to acquire and to share, but we fear that data can be stolen. Today, a professor from the Oxford University, it is in every newspaper, asks people to be careful with sharing databases with the AI software that is being available now very cheaply, because it says all the information will be recovered by them. And when everyone, we will know everything, everywhere, will we be happy? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. I think we can have time for one question of the public. I don't know if anyone wants to ask anything.
Hi, Philippe Ribeiro from Inesc. Who's talking? Sorry, Philippe Ribeiro from Inesc. Here's a quick question. How would you organize from the most challenging to the less challenging all the main steps of data value chain in your use cases, being data acquisition, data transmission, data storage and accessibility, and processing? Just a quick answer. Thank you.
All?
For all, or for whom wants to answer, of course.
And storage?
Data acquisition, transmission, storage, and processing. How you post the most challenging to the less challenging on your use cases. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm just going to answer according with our challenges in CIMAR and in research. I think we have a big challenge in processing the data. So nowadays, when we are collecting data from environment and when we want to look at the biological compartment, most of the data right now is sequencing. I mean, we just collect the information and the environment DNA, for example, and we generate a huge amount of sequencing. So then this kind of data needs to be analyzed in a very specific way, and you need to have like a specific knowledge to be able to deal with this data. So usually what happens is that it's difficult to have enough people in the in your team or in the research center to be able to extract the huge amount of knowledge that you'll be able to extract in this kind of data. So one possibility to try to deal with this is to share the data in the archives. So then we'll have
plenty of brains that will be able to use your data and will be able to answer their own questions. So I think this is how to go. And when we will think about, you know, increasing the number of you know, data in the environment and escalating the spatial resolution of collecting biological data, I think what is going to happen is that this kind of data is going to be more and more and more available. So we need to have autonomous capacity to analyze the data, but at the same time, it's very important that, I mean, it's not just your team that are going to deal with this data. We need to share this data all over the world. And we're thinking about quality of data. I still think that the quality of data is very important because you spend a lot of money to collect data and you want to make sure that your data have quality. Okay, so this is...
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Taking your last sentence, the quality of data is very important. And in my institute, we start before collecting data, because we need to calibrate all the sensors very well, very accurately, before deploying them in the field. Then we have specific technical field teams that go to the field, collect the data. Then we have the technical divisions to process the data. And we have a specific department for the technical data that stores the data in a special maritime data infrastructure. And the Hydrographic Institute and the IPMA, we are the National Oceanographic Data Center. And we use this processed data and make them available for an user.
Thank you. I don't know. Yes, of course, Sergio.
I think the answer is not a direct answer. It's the challenge is changing with evolution. So in some moments for us, for instance, the challenge is to get data and to have instruments to collect data. Then at the moment we have this problem, and this is one of our challenge, is to aggregate the data that we have dispersed, because we have facilities in 70 different points of the country. So to aggregate data. And then when we aggregate data, is to have the frameworks to look for that data and to extract information. So I think the answer is the challenge depends on the point of evolution of each institution, and it also evolves along the time, as long we evolve also. Sorry, very political answer, probably.
Thank you, Sergio. I don't know if anyone want to add anything. Yvonne?
I think everything has been said, but one thing that the data that we have said before is the multi-purpose of the data. And that is a pre-step where we can just have a kind of metadata, where people, when partners can be invited to know what is the application. And for that, of course, the processing is different. When we saw the VMS image, they have to be independent of each other. So the processing sometimes, Sergio has said, this is dependent of the purpose of that. So it's data are need to be very flexible in terms of objectives that wants to be reached, but of course.
Thank you, Yvonne. And I thank you all for this discussion and your value insights and perspectives. I think it was really important. And I'm confident that this discussion today can inspire future collaboration. We have another question.
It's more a comment than a question, because we have one thing from the United Nations, that is the program, that is the Global Ocean Observing System. And when we think that we have less wealthy countries that don't have the capacities to make the observations, and in that sense, we will not have a global observation system. So I think we have to change paradigm of ocean observations because we are only one ocean and only one planet. So we have to cooperate with all the countries to have these observations that are very important. And I think the only way to have a good monitoring at adequate scales is to involve the local communities in this effort of monitoring and observations, because we don't have the means and resources to do it alone.
Thank you so much for this comment. I think that's a good topic for another roundtables. So stays the challenge. And thank you so much for your time, and thank you to be here at this time, still be here at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Today's meeting has reached an end. We would like to thank you for joining us today. And now we invite you to enjoy a cocktail just outside this room. Have a nice evening.